I'm David Smith. I'm the president of the Forge Center for Peacebuilding Humanitarian Education. We are a US-based NGO focusing on advancing humanitarian education through experiential learning. Um, I will share with you more about the work of the Forge Center next week. So this is the second day. We have one more day, which will be next Friday, the 22nd. This is the 12th year we have offered a seminar, which since 2020 has been held virtually. A major mission and constituency of the Ford has been US-based community colleges and serving 40% of US undergraduates and representing America's Main Street. Community colleges are the gateways for many who have been marginalized and come from underserved populations and immigrant populations. Offering these groups the opportunity to learn about global issues and peace building helps ensure a future that is just and peaceful for all. Today's program will end at 5 p.m. Eastern Time today. The third and final program, as I said, will be next Friday. Um, the program agenda for today, I'm sharing that so that you should see that. And then on Monday, the program for the 22nd will be posted on our website. Um, we welcome all, not just community college students, but all students seeking to broaden their understanding of peace. And we welcome educators whose mission is to help guide and direct students in advancing peace. Registration is closed. However, we will consider late registration. Contact Heather Payne if you know of someone who would like to join late. I will put her email in the chat once we start. I would like you in the chat to share about yourselves, name, pronouns if you wish, location. It's always fun to see where people are physically, college or university, and what you are studying or teaching. We have students and faculty today from around the world, including Afghanistan. We are taking special precautions for those students and asking them not to open their cameras if they wish and use aliases if they wish in their nameplate. Each session is 45 minutes and we will start at the quarter hour. We ask presenters to allow time for question and answer. Our moderators will monitor the chat. If you wish to ask questions, raise your hands in Zoom. Also, questions can be put in the chat. We will have a break at every hour for 15 minutes. This gives you a chance to stretch your legs, get something to eat, take care of any needs. This period can also be used for questions that continue past the presentation period. Finally, the seminar is being recorded and will be posted on the Forge Center's YouTube channel in the coming weeks. You'll be notified once it is posted. We have created a few polls today, and I will put those polls in just a minute that I'd ask you to complete as the day evolves. If during the seminar you have questions about technology or other matters, you can just put that question in the chat and we'll respond to you directly. Thank you for being here. So today, I am not going to be moderating. My colleagues, Nikki Stinson and Sarah Dorr will be moderating. So I'm going to introduce both of them briefly, and then I'll hand the baton over to Nikki, and Nikki then will introduce our first speaker, and she will also be moderating until early afternoon where Sarah will take over. Nikki Stinson is an English professor passionate about student-centered pedagogy that prepares scholars to think critically, academically research complex issues, and be the change they want to see in the world. She studied history at San Bernardino Valley College, emphasizing human atrocities, genocide, African American history, and other ethnic groups in the United States. She then completed a bachelor's degree in English from California Baptist University and a master's in fine arts and creative writing from Drexel University. She is currently studying Holocaust and genocide studies at Stockton University, developing an ESL creative writing course as her capstone project. She is designing this curriculum for children of multiple ages living through atrocities or armed conflict to help them process trauma by writing stories, thinly veiled through a fictitious lens. And then I'll post more about her biography in the chat in just a minute. And then Sarah Dorr is a EDD 2019 graduate from Loyola Marymount's Educational Leadership for Social Justice doctoral program. Sarah's dissertation study focused on documenting the impact, implementation choices, and best practice insights of the MA in best practice insights of the MA in conflict studies and transformation at the University of Rwanda. Most recently, she served for 3 years with Anne Arundel County Public Library, that's in Maryland, while also facilitating anti-racism, community reading, and discussion groups. And before that, she served for 5 years in the Office of Institutional Effectiveness at West Los Angeles College, Los Angeles Community College District. Prior to moving to Los Angeles, she spent 3 years in Boston completing a self-designed dual degree graduate program, earning a master's in education and educational policy from the Harvard Graduate School of Education, and a master's of art in law and diplomacy from Tufts University. So I'll put her biography in the chat also. So I am going to go ahead and turn it over then to Nikki. We could really even start a little bit early, Nikki, if you wish. I'm also good. I'll put these bios in the chat, and I'll put Heather's email in the chat if people need to reach out to her if they want to join, if you know people who want to join. And then I'll be around certainly, but more in the background. So thank you. Nikki, I turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you, David. So our first talk today is In the War and Conflict Zones, Education as an Act of Peace and Resistance, and its Intersectionality with Peace Leadership, with Fran Faraz and Sylvia Murray. Fran is an associate professor of global and peace studies at Golden Western College, and Sylvia currently serves as the head of programs and strategy at Euphrates University, and I'm going to drop their full bios in the chat. Let me see. It lets me send. Oh, no. And okay, I'm sorry, there they go. So the full bios in the chat. So thank you, Sylvia and Fran. I'll let you both take it from here.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. It's 8 o'clock California time, so good morning, good afternoon, good midday, everybody. First and foremost, I would like to personally thank David for his efforts for all these years that I have known him. I've known him since 2006. And whether he has supported us, the community colleges, through coming and visiting us, doing workshop every year, or these seminars that they have been extremely informative and bring in the community college educators, faculties, and also students together. It has been a truly forward-thinking vision that he has had. The first time I met David, my president told me that, hey, read this this article in community colleges magazines. And I read it, and he talked about how community colleges could be so forward-thinking. They're particularly positioned to establish peace studies and bring this field of study to students. And miraculously, in about a month, I met him, and ever since we have been good friends. So, he has been a supporter of our program, and me personally, professionally. So I want to thank you for that.
You are so kind, Fran. Thank you so much. And you are such a leader to feel all that you've done. It is really nice to be your colleague and most importantly, your friend. So thank you for what you've said.
Thank you so much. I felt like I needed to acknowledge all these years of your contribution to the field of studies, and all of us, our faculties, personally. Thank you so much. Also, I want to thank Heather for coordinating and organizing this event. Let's begin. Today, my friend, I and my friend and colleague, Sylvia Marie, we would like to talk about, or we will be presenting the role of education and peace leadership in conflict zones. So we will explore how education can serve as a powerful tool for healing, organizing, and mobilizing long-term peace efforts in these challenging contexts. The genesis of this presentation came that when Euphrates Institute, that I'm a board member, and also Sylvia is in a leadership position there, we accidentally we became the lifelong help for students in Afghanistan, that accidentally we were helping them to rescue them and evacuate them from Kabul. That night we realized that we can't take everybody out. We can't save everybody. However, this reality pushed us to find another way to make a difference, leading us to embrace education and leadership as essential tools for creating long-term impact. So we kind of like shifted our efforts there with not only Afghanistan, but also in other areas. And that kind of like became the genesis of thinking this way, that actually education and leadership could be really a tool in conflict zones. So I would say that in conflict zones, education becomes more than just a path to, for learning math and English. It actually becomes a source of resiliency, a tool for peace building, a way to counter the effects of war and violence. And in this presentation, we will explore how education can transform conflict-affected areas, support healing, and build resiliency, and promote reconciliation through peace leadership.
And as we explore this synergy between educational initiatives and peace leadership, we'll be highlighting real-world examples of how education in conflict areas has contributed to both short and long-term peace efforts. And we're really going to frame this around 4 pillars of how education, especially in war and conflict areas, serves as a form of peaceful resistance against oppression and violence. It serves as a foundation for cultivating future leaders committed to peace building. It serves as a bridge between communities divided by conflict, and it serves as a critical tool for personal and societal healing and really offers hope in the face of devastation. And to set us up to do this, first, I'd like to offer a brief explanation of peace leadership. You're going to hear that term a lot throughout this presentation and discussion. So want to frame us up of what does that even mean? And so peace leadership is, in scholarship, still an emerging field, bridging the studies of peace building and peace studies with leadership studies. And as defined by Dr. Whitney McIntyre Miller, peace leadership is this intersection of the individual and collective capacity to challenge issues of violence and aggression to build positive, inclusive social structures and systems. And at Euphrates, we appreciate this as a field of scholarship and study and theory. And we know and see and practice that this is a practice and an action as well. And so we're bridging these 2 realms of the study of peace leadership, but the practice of peace leadership that has been around for generations in the movements of social justice and spirituality and sustainability and in peace building. And so you'll see on this screen that the peace leadership model is really an integral practice of these 4 realms. We have inner work, which is a space for cultivating sustainable personal peace practice, really looking at our own inner readiness for this work, how we can appreciate and love ourselves and have the flexibility to allow ourselves to adapt and grow. And in this realm of inner work, we really look at practices of mindfulness, of meditation, of personal wellness, psychological and trauma healing. And paired with that, we also have the knowledge realm. And that's really the space where it could also be seen as interpersonal peace practice. And the knowledge space is where we have an in-depth understanding of our contextual realities of a situation, and we engage in practices of conflict transformation, such as dialogue, as listening, negotiation, mediation, reconciliation. It's a space that serves our positive peace actions. What do we need to know to really do this work? And do it in community. And the community realm is where we dive into collaborative peace building efforts and really repairing community harm. And it's a space for solidarity, for inclusivity, and for really understanding our social and human capital to do this work together. And final realm of environment, where we could also look at that as global peace practice. And this is space really addresses the deficient systems and structures and gives us the space to look at how do we cultivate and create a culture of peace. And so that's a lot of our advocacy, our activism, our networking, and how we tap into resources, both financial and otherwise, to foster equity and justice for the planet and all peoples. And all these overlapping realms together, each of these realms separately is its own work and practice, and is a massive realm to dive into. And they all overlap, with peace leadership being at the center of this. And so when we hold all four realms at the same time in our peace work and in our leadership, we're in the practice of peace leadership. And in the pursuit of it, even as you'll see, they overlap, even if you're holding 3 of these at the same time or 2 of these at the same time. It's all in the pursuit of understanding that our practice is holistic and integrated. And we're going to start this with Fran introducing us to education as resistance in this space.
Yes. So, by the way, all that Sylvia explained about the leadership, it's being offered as a course, as a 6-month course, that many who are in these conflict zones, they actually participate with this program, and it has been so effective for them to actually really uplift and give the tools that everyday peace builder will need to know, and start walking on that path. So it's education of that is so important. So when education and leadership, peace leadership, becomes the tool for this transformation, it becomes the resistance. So the properties, for those of us who are in peace building or civil resistance, we understand the properties of this resistant education. If it is showing up as a form of resistance, it helps. The emerging properties of that is self-rule. So if you're constantly, particularly our friends in kind of hot zones or conflict zones, like such as Afghanistan, they realize this becomes actually like a self-rule, as Gandhi's words, Savaraj, like, people start organizing themselves around education or around this learning about leadership. It becomes, people start doing constructive work together. It brings unity. People start self-organizing themselves, and that becomes also a source of resistance. People start planning for these things, and so people start thinking the way to resist. Start mobilizing, another way to resist. Start kind of like getting into the path of taking action, mobilizing, planning, strategizing for sustainability of this program that they have started together, and also finally as a faith or hope that success is possible. So it serves maybe educational, kind of like a leadership, but really the underlying properties of this is the importance of people organizing, see themselves as the self-determination, part of their self-determination, mobilizing, strategizing, planning, and really ultimately a hope, a feeling of hope for success.
And we're seeing this education as resistance and action in a lot of cases, and I'll talk today specifically about 3 cases from our Euphrates community, which include the Honar Book Initiative and 2 organizations called IPO and SMILE. And the Honar Book Initiative is a book club and a peace education initiative for young women leaders in Afghanistan. And IPO and SMILE are 2 peacebuilding organizations focused on equipping youth leaders across Afghanistan through peace education and practice that began as in-person work when they originated, and after the fall of Kabul in 2021, transitioned to more online education and connection. And each of these 3 initiatives and organizations have persisted despite the ongoing and ever-increasing violence in Afghanistan, particularly against women and girls. And they've even persisted as leaders needed to, as Fran mentioned earlier, evacuate Afghanistan and continue the work remotely with leaders who remain in country and keep these connections going. And the leaders of these initiatives and organizations are really finding ways to work underground, including a lot of virtual programming and oftentimes being extremely careful in their own homes and taking massive risks to their own lives, to their families, of being identified and caught, and yet they remain deeply committed to creating opportunities for youth to not feel alone, to continue education and still have access, and to be equipped with the peace skills necessary to not only resist and overcome current politic and the regime, but to be ready to create the society they dream of and they want when that day comes and that time comes, and they are all ready and equipped and are self-organizing together. And so, as Fran said, they are all engaging in civil resistance through this work. They are self-organizing, they are planning, and they are engaging in nonviolent discipline. They're having conversations about strategic sustainability amidst deep crisis. And all of these leaders continue to engage in their resistance work and education. They practice peace leadership and even teach it in their educational initiatives. And they first start with honing in on their personal peace practice, ensuring that they continuously cultivate and tend to their inner readiness to address conflicts and lead these community efforts, which really brings us to the role of peace leadership in education and looking at leadership and how leadership in conflict areas often emerges from those who dedicate themselves to peace building through education, which ties us to our second pillar and objective of how education serves as a foundation for cultivating future leaders committed to peace building. And so in conflict areas, individuals who do this work, dedicating themselves to peace building through education, are living in those 4 intersections of the 4 realms of peace leadership. They're tending to their inner readiness and their personal peace. They are gaining and practicing the knowledge and skills needed to lead and maintain these educational spaces. They're understanding the dynamics of their community and their role, their own influence, their own impact as educators and community members. And they understand and continuously are learning how this intersects with the wider environment of their conflict context, how their students, their peers, their colleagues are impacted, their own safety, their well-being, and more. And in these conflict areas, leaders are utilizing peace leadership not only as a practice for themselves, but as a body of knowledge and practice to share with others to cultivate future leaders committed to peace in their context. They're holding and emphasizing the pillars of knowledge, of skills, attitudes, values, and action all together. And so peace leadership and education uniquely positions leaders who have a crucial role in their communities. That's both formal educators, but also in our experience, really anyone. We work with people who are not formal educators. You'll hear a story from Fran about somebody who started his work as a barber and now is an incredible peace educator. And so that doesn't stop them from creating educational spaces in community. And these folks affect change as people who can cultivate both short-term and long-term societal transformation by growing peace practice beyond being a single individual peace leader they bring it out into a broader movement. And so they're balancing their immediate needs of their community with the larger vision of peaceful coexistence, using peace education as a foundation of cultivating communities of individuals who are both receiving an education and growing as leaders of peace in their communities, which Fran's going to speak to in a powerful example happening in Côte d'Ivoire.
Great. So please meet James Ofu. A little bit of a storytelling here. Um, Ofu had been, with Peace Leadership Program for a while, and by profession, he's a barber. So in his barbershop, kids were coming in Côte d'Ivoire. Kids were coming in, playing with the tools, and he begged them to stop playing with them. They're dangerous, shouldn't do that. And then he remembered that he had received a box from UNICEF about that book. So he goes and grabs this box and he brings it out, and the kids immediately get involved with the books. And so it comes lunchtime and he wants to leave, and he tells them, look, I really have to go to lunch, but if you leave, when I come back, I'll let you in and I let you play. So he goes to lunch and he comes back. They're all lined up in front of his barbershop. He thought that they're going to be gone, but now they're all lined up to get in. So he let them in and they play and all that. He shared the story and he goes like, I'm thinking that maybe my barbershop can become also like a little library for kids, and we got in the idea quickly. Yes, do it. And he goes like, I can move out of that place and create a place adjacent to the shop and move my business out there and make this. And yeah, let's do this. And so he put together this library that will have all these books from UN, from other sources for children, writing to all of these resources and collecting these things, and kind of like fundraising, getting the tables and chairs, as you can see, the big monitor, the AC, so it would be attractive. They will come in and they would stay here. Girls that otherwise would be out there and become the subject of trafficking coming in, and then a teacher volunteering to work with them, and all of that. And on the left hand side on top, you will see when he was doing the construction, little construction, but it gave birth to this library that during the day kids will come in and stay there and learn and stay away from being trafficked or stay away from trouble or kind of like be in there. But at the same time, like the weekends, it became, or afternoon, it became a place for workshops for, again, everything that he has learned with, about peace leadership, to move that also and teach that to the young leaders. So when he opened this place, the intersectionality of that with Peacebuilding, understanding that for us it's like, great, you open this library, but in conflict zones, even doing something like this could be interpreted as you're challenging the authorities. It is risky for a lot of people in many places to do these things, and they do it because little by little, we can improve and resist the current situation. He invited both the imam, from Muslim community, and the Christian leaders together to come and bless the place. So kind of building bridges between these communities. And he has been holding workshops with both communities together, as members of both communities, keep building bridges between the community. It's a little, library, but it has an everlasting impact in that community, which easily can get into conflict, not to be in conflict, but to be together. building things for their children. Also, like we can see like this place has become a place for workshops and people getting certificates and all of that. This is actually on the monitor. Is actually Euphrates and many other peace builders kind of sharing together their experiences together. People on the ground, they share experiences. People on this side, kind of sharing experiences and learning together about peace building. Holding, their certificate. It particularly for women and a lot of people, it gives you a place at a table to sit down when you have a certificate, to sit down and participate in peace processes. So it's a little library, but it has become a place of building bridges, giving people the opportunity to earn certificates to, like I said, earn a seat at the table when the peace process starts.
Continue on, Fran.
Oh, okay. So this becomes this peace leadership. It's the kind of again like we talked about in the war zone. It becomes also a source of not only bringing people together, also the gender divides for women and minority leaders in education to participate in this process. So I would like to introduce you to another storytelling, to Oluchi. She's in Nigeria, and she had started this nonprofit called Child Shield Initiative to support the girls from 7 to 17 against against children, child marriage, supporting them with their education and fostering like intergenerational dialogues. So for her, she shared with us a video of there was a flood going on in that village, which kind of separated people from one side to the other, children from this side to be able to go to school, because if the flood was so bad that the water was as high as a child's height. So particularly girls from one side, they couldn't go to school because of that situation. Now, with her creating this space of education for girls, on this side of that it was that they couldn't cross, and it took more than a year for the flood to go away. So helping girls and teaching about, and she started a Peace Academy. And not only teaching about peace dialogue and connections, again, between Christian and Muslim community, the children to work together, it became a source of, yes, education, teaching them like the basics of the math and English, but most importantly, about how to get along, how to work together, how to build bridges, how to become leaders. And so that became a source of the Peace Academy, yes, education, but also learn about peace building, about how to lead. I always get a kick out of this peace album, like, together, they sit down and they draw and learn, just as they're learning to write and to draw and develop themselves, their education, but then at the same time learning about peace building. I love this peace album that this kid has kind of draw the image that he has or she has about how peace would work, bringing people from all different kinds of walks of life together, holding hands and being together. So again, this is not something that for us we think that, well, this is great. Why wouldn't everybody do that? this is risky in Nigeria for anyone to do this work, being interpreted as you are you're challenging the authorities, which this is how it's being perceived. And so for people to step into this, organize themselves, bring children together, it is a form of resistance to all the atrocities that's going on right now in Nigeria.
And our final realm is exploring how schools and educational centers often become safe spaces where individuals from conflicting sides can come together, even in the midst of war. And these spaces foster dialogue, empathy, understanding, all of which we all know here are crucial components of peace building. And this is true for formal pathways, such as schools and educational centers, and for informal education spaces. So those being not through an institution, but spaces created by committed individuals to train, support, and accompany leaders in a safe, courageous space, as Fran has spoken to in both Cote d'Ivoire and Nigeria and in Afghanistan. And these spaces offer a sense of belonging, of courage, of commitment, and learning. And they're a major area that emphasize as our final objective, education as a critical tool for personal and social healing and offering hope and uplift and transformation in the face of devastation, of despair, of isolation, and violence. And in action, in the Euphrates context, there are abundant stories of peace leaders designing and leading educational initiatives that facilitate reconciliation and peace talks in war-affected regions, and that support, equip, and train next generations of peace leaders and offer courageous spaces for healing. So these are up on the screen some examples of what this looks like around the world. And some of these include a peace academy created in Cameroon to de-radicalize youth in Bamenda and hold spaces to foster forgiveness and trauma healing and develop youth leaders' inner and interpersonal peace practices. It also includes ongoing dialogue between albino and non-albinos in the Democratic Republic of the Congo to heal divisions and seed understanding and long-term existence in bridging these divided communities. And training in nonviolent communication, personal peace, and compassion for women leaders from Ukraine who have either fled war and are still working with their communities back home, or who are deep in the work at home. And so it expands a plethora of opportunities around the world. And with all of these incredible initiatives around the world, there are still evolving and growing challenges of maintaining education in conflict zones, be it attacks on schools, a lack of resources, immense trauma, political regimes oppressing or banning materials or philosophies that can be taught, attacks on or oppressive rules and policing of community gathering spaces, and conflict just straining trust between people, and so much more. So there's so much to face with using education as an act of resistance and peace building. And there are incredible innovative solutions happening around the world. Fran.
So, yes, so there are challenges and there are many opportunities. So there are really innovative ways to deal with this. And the more people they get together and use these tools, the more and do grassroots, the more whatever is holding people back, they can kind of like break those barriers. As Sylvia mentioned, these are, people are living in isolation. The worst thing it can happen to any society is to take the trust away, trusting each other away from each other. And using education and peace building as a tool to bring people together, bring the trust back to each other, building bridges amongst them is a great tool to challenge the narrative or challenge the way politically, socially, economically that people are under pressure. So these can actually play a very important role in transformation of societies from bottom up and not from top down. So, we will really hope that we will be having these conversations a lot more. Like I mentioned, this was the genesis of that was just like as we accidentally we stepped into a place that we didn't know why we were there, but there was a need and there was a request and there was an urgency for us to act. And but we quickly realized that it's more than that. It's just the very first step to help people in conflict zone to really build resiliency, to build their leadership, and they need allies, outside. They don't need anybody to tell them what to do. But if we are allied enough, if we are collaborating enough, if we are sharing the stories enough, or if we are sharing tools enough with people on the other side, everybody is they're perfectly capable of organizing themselves, and they know their own society better than anybody else. Oluchi knows Nigeria much better than me. Ohu knows Cote d'Ivoire a lot better than me. What is safe, what's not safe? How far should he push? How far should he bring people together? In what context to bring people together? So looking ahead, we are really hoping that this inspire actions for collaborations, more reaching out to people, not telling people what to do, but really equipping or sharing tools with people to in the other side of the world as a fundamental way or a pathway for global peace. And as we are experiencing it now in our own backyard, also start thinking that way, that how we could not allow the lack of trust to separate us, but keep building bridges, keep creating change or transformation from bottom up. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Sylvia and Fran. So at this time, we're going to open up the floor to see if anyone has any questions. You can use the React in Zoom to raise your hand, or if I know a couple of people are coming in from Google Meet, so I don't know if you have that option if anybody wants to speak up and ask Sylvia or Fran any questions. No? Okay, well, I actually had one. I think it's great that you both mentioned the decolonial thought of not telling people in their home country what's safe and what's not safe and what boundaries to push with education and these amazing schools that you shared with us, and not imposing our view from wherever we are, but sharing tools. So the first question I had was, what are some ways that we can support these schools without overstepping our boundaries? What's the best way to support them in a decolonial sense?
Great question, and Sylvia, please jump in because you have I have dealt with two, but you have been dealing with around the globe. Mine is listen. First of all, listen to what is it that they really need. Like Ohu expressed his needs, or Oluchi sent me the video of the flood, and she walked herself through it, and it came up to her half of her waist. Because like, how do you expect a child pass through this. So my first inclination about that is that kind of listen to what's needed, as opposed to and ask, what do you need? As opposed to think, oh, I know what you need. You know, but then after we hear that, then offer what we have. But first, really listen and ask questions before we jump into solutions, giving them solutions that we think it works over here.
Yeah, and I'll and that with, I was also gonna say listening is like number one, and listening for both what is needed and also what's wanted. So much we focus on like, oh, what does this person need and what does this person need? And it's just so caught up in like what's needed, but that could be so, there's needs that need to be met, but then there's also just like there's wants and desires and dreams and all these things that we also want to not just meet people's needs, but want to meet like all of their humanness. And Fran has been an inspiration for me in really, you know, seeing people as whole, and like I am whole and I'm only whole if you are whole. So how do we continue to uplift that and really just take the titles out, take the structures out, take all of the barriers that get put into the space between two people out, and it's just like, I'm a human looking to show up and be in being with another human, and what comes up when I put myself into that space and listen, and then know that with my own integrity, I will do everything I can that in my capacity and with the time I have and the resources I have and the connections I have, and I'll get creative and I'll show up to relationship with courage, curiosity, and connection, and putting that at the center of everything.
One of the things that Nikki, Sylvia is really good at, and the whole Practice Peace Alliance is really good about the appreciative inquiry and finding out that, you know, you have everything a community has, almost everything that's needed. It's just or wanted, you know, it's just organizing, finding what they are, where they are, and how you can. So really building ourselves from where we are rather than relying on anybody else. It's just being the ally for there for them to walk through this path, to they themselves find their own resources, which is there. It's just that it just needs to be brought together.
That's great. Thank you. During that time, did anybody else think of a question that they might want to ask while we still have Sylvia and Fran?
I think Tom might have a question. I can pick on him because I know him.
A question in the chat too. So
I have lots of questions and comments. A great presentation. I'm trying to communicate with a couple of people online, and so I'm distracted at the moment. But I think just from, and I'll turn my camera on, I'm sorry. Just from my perspective, I've been able to work with Afghan women and girls in a very minor way, but the value of education that you speak so well about, I can attest to that personally, and we have some of them online. So I think it'd be more interesting if any of the girls online want to talk about how education is important to you, and how you see that as a tool for creating peace in your community. If any of the girls online want to say something, take a minute now. Many are shy.
We'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, it would be lovely to hear.
We see we have some have transferred over to the room. I see Alina, Amina. Feel free to say something to the group. Marzia.
Hello everyone.
Ida.
I hope you're all doing well. This is Samana Barati from Afghanistan, and I joined the class of Mr. Tom a long time, and this is very useful for me for improving my English level and learning new skills. So I'm really glad to see all of you in this meeting and learning new things about how you are really hard trying to help us to learn new things and look forward to the future with a wide vision. So we hope to, and we appreciate this, and we hope to use it in a better way to again service it to our own society. Thank you so much.
I'm going to read, if I can, Masood Pashtun, Dr. Pashtun put something in the chat if you haven't seen it. This also relates to Afghanistan. The situation in Afghanistan remains complex with ongoing humanitarian crises, political instability, and security challenges since the Taliban regained control in 2021. So here's the question. What do you think about the situation and how can we deal with this situation? So the question is to Sylvia and Fran. And I also was curious about more about what you've been doing in Afghanistan also at the same time. And that could answer some questions. And I want our Afghan friends to jump in certainly at any time and tell us what they're thinking.
One of the things that came as a result of this effort was that actually the Afghan community, the faculties in Europe or United States, again, it organized people to come together. That these are faculties that they would probably, if they are in Europe, they would never talk to other institutions or other countries. So when this happened, so a couple of years ago, they all came together and with other faculties as well, non-Afghan faculties that they really wanted to help out. And they put together this Afghanistan Law and Political Science Academy, which is now also going through the process of accreditation. So it's an online university. This online university, anybody can join. And all of us, we started from Afghanistan or non-Afghanistan, a lot of faculties, they started they're volunteering their time to teach a variety of courses. I taught global citizenship. My friend, Dr. Tayar, is teaching English. Another friend of mine is teaching entrepreneurship. Another one is teaching math. And many others of faculties, they are volunteering their time. And everybody can, this is free, and this is for women at the moment. If things, we can organize better, so we can open it up, but for the safety and security, we are committed just to women at the moment. Again, when they come to my class, I have no idea if this is their real name. I tell them, do not, just as it was said here, please do not turn your camera on. And they constantly ask me can we do WhatsApp together? Because I'm like, no, I am, because your safety and your security is my first concern. That's one way that to start an online university. These are faculties that they would never have thought about anything like that, but now they're thinking about, well, yeah, we put a university together, but we are going through the accreditation program. I have no doubt that we will pass it. With this level of participation, we will definitely pass it. So we are offering that at the moment, and anybody can join in. It's free.
We have Sarah Qadri online who has asked me in our chat if she can speak. Sarah, do you have your voice? Let's see if we can hear you in the other room.
Yes, sir, I have your voice.
Go ahead, please.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Hope you're doing great. I'm Sarah Qadri from Kabul, Afghanistan. And first of all, I appreciate our teachers, Tom Valenti, that he afford us, and he always inspired us to continue our educate and to be better in our English class. And Second, I really appreciate these community seminars that always is when we lose our hope and when we go down, that when we hear your voices, your speeches inspire us and give us power to fight in this situation. And we think that we have someone in our beside that help us. And I'm so thankful for you. And with this, your seminars, I remember that humanity is alive. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Sarah.
My pleasure, dear teacher.
Thank you, Sarah. It really touched my heart what you said, and I really appreciate it. And I think, you know, the Sylvia and I, we have this thing all the time that you know, we gotta walk each other home, and we should never just because I'm okay, I should never forget to be with other people as well. If they're not okay, I'm not okay.
Okay, we have a few minutes left, probably time for one more question. If anybody has one more question for Sylvia and Fran.
Julio, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question. Hi, everyone. Thank you for the presentation. So I'm looking at all the different countries you were showing and looking at the difference, but how you would say are, when you approach teaching about peace or talking about peace, how do you see the similarities? What are the things that you can do that are, I don't want to say something that is global, but it's kind of like what you would see that is similar. No?
Yeah, that's a great question. Well, I'll say that, you know, we use so at Euphrates and the Peace Practice Alliance is the program that Fran was alluding to. We ground in this practice of integral peace leadership and use this language and framing of personal, interpersonal, community, and global, because that holding all four of those at the same time in that intersection is what we see often as the common thread across all of these. And so it becomes it's something that so many people, we're all already doing in so many ways, but then it just gives a common and adaptable language around it and framing around it for folks to talk about not only their work, but also their own practice. And so I would say that's a common thread. Those four realms are present in everybody's work in education and in peace building, and noticing how they intersect and going a little bit more focused into that. The personal peace practice is something that we hear time and time and time again, that is the most common thread of everybody needing more accompaniment, understanding, resources, and just community to be able to like understand their own personal peace practice and how that evolves at any moment. And there's like what we call at Euphrates, we frame it as like the savings account practices and heat of the moment practices. So things that we always have access to that are like our, or things that we rely on mostly. Like, for example, my savings account personal peace practices could be meditation, or I find a lot of peace through cooking. And so that's my go-to practice of like, if I'm like feeling stressed, I go into the kitchen and I start cooking and enjoying food and sharing food with people. And that's something that's like a savings account. I could go to it anytime. But if I'm in the heat of a moment of a conflict, what can I go to in that moment? I can't necessarily go to my kitchen and start cooking a whole meal. How do I in that moment, what do I have? Like I have my own body and I can tap into my body's wisdom, and I have my breath, and I have like I can pause for a moment. And so what are those practices that are also in the heat of a moment when we're faced with somebody or something that is really adversarial? What do we do? And our nervous system reacts, and we need to address that embodied practice in order to show up. And so I would say that whole realm of personal peace practice is continuously across all those initiatives and countries that we had on the screen is a common thread, similar of like that needs tending to and more is being integrated into educational spaces as like a starting point to tend to and to not only start with, but to integrate throughout. It's ongoing. That's what that's a big thing I've noticed. I mean, there's so many others, but I don't want to bring us too much over time. So I appreciate the question though, Julio.
No, thank you. Thank you for the answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same thing that LaKeeta does also like with her students, like, yeah, you're learning, but then it's really important that at the same time, the students would also learn about the arts and science of peace building and being with each other. So how do you teach them all of that in the midst of all the atrocities that's going on around them?
All right, thank you. That was a great answer because that is definitely something that comes up in humanitarian work where we have the things that we go to when we're at home and then the things that we have to quickly respond to in the field and everything. So that was really a great answer, Sylvia. Thank you. And thank you, Fran. We are out of time for this talk, so I want to thank both of our speakers for coming. It was amazing and very educational and informative and just so inspiring. So thank you, Sylvia and Fran, for coming and joining us today and talking. Let's see. So I'm going to give it back to David. And
Thank you, Nikki. We now have a break for 15 minutes. But Tom, did you have a student who wants to present? Is she prepared to do that now or later?
We lost her. She does. It's about 2 minutes about her country, but we lost her. She's not in my group now, and I see she's not here.
Okay.
And
Okay.
I was having trouble on my WhatsApp, so she might have lost her connection. But
Okay. Well, if she arrives in the next few minutes, just let us know and she can share. If not, we would have her do it in the next hour.
Yeah.
So it's 12 noon Eastern, then we would have her do it at 1 o'clock Eastern.
yeah,
Right.
It's getting late on their end, but I'm working on it. I'm
All
trying.
right, so work on it, let it know. Okay, so why don't, otherwise, thank you, Nikki. And Nikki, you'll be back in a few minutes to introduce the next speaker. So we're going to take now a 10, 15-minute break. Come back maybe in 10 minutes, right? Like, and so by then maybe we would have Tom's student give a presentation in Afghanistan. Thank you all, and especially our Afghan women who are with us. You are so brave to be here and spend some time with us. You are so much to be admired, and we wish we could do so much more for you. But it's good that you are here, and thank you for being here. So I'm going to turn off my camera. You're welcome to turn off your camera and mute. Get up, walk around, feed your cat, get something to eat, whatever it is that you would do right now, and then we'll come back in 10 minutes. And I'll be on chat if anybody needs to chat with me. And Nikki, you might be on chat too if anybody needs to ask you a question.
Sophia, I see you here. You could type an introduction into the chat. They announced that before you were able.
Yes, sir.
I told everyone that you were with IPO when you were in Kabul.
Okay, so we're going to start welcoming everyone back. So let's see. So Tom, after this talk, if your student still wants to present, we can do that after Phoebe wraps up. So hold on one second.
And it'll work. She's having some trouble with technology, so one small part of it I'm going to share my screen with, and the rest she can do. It's about 2 minutes only. That's
Okay, and you're okay with doing that on the back end, right?
no problems. Yeah, no, she's a bit nervous, and this is a big thing for her to do, and that she's willing to do it is huge. Thank you.
All right, well, we appreciate that. That sounds exciting. Okay, so our next talk is going to be empowering first-generation students as peace builders, fostering leadership and social justice in two-year institutions. So Phoebe Dowels, see, oh, there you are. So Phoebe, you can take it away. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Okay, thank you all for having me. Okay, just making sure, is that working for everyone? My screen, is it viewable? And
Yep, we can see it.
okay, awesome. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Phoebe Dowels. It's a pleasure to be with you here today. And today I wanted to talk about and join you all so we can have a conversation about empowering first-gen students as peace builders and specifically fostering leadership and social justice in community colleges. My goal is to share strategies for developing leadership and fostering social justice and equity among first-generation students in community colleges. If you like, you can also join this presentation and the discussion using this information right here. You can also use the QR code. Everything is completely anonymous throughout the presentation after you join. So if you need a second to join, or if you would like to, I'll give you all a few seconds to join with the QR code. And remember, everything is anonymous, so no names or even nicknames or so would be used. All right, and if you all have any questions, please just let me know. And then throughout the presentation, we'll cover these key objectives: understanding peace building and education, developing leadership in first-gen students, and implementing social justice strategies on campus and within our communities. In my various roles working in higher education institutions here in the United States, I have had the pleasure to work with many first-gen students and their families, also international students. Many times, first-gen students are international students as well. Typically, first-gen students are defined here at institutions as a student who doesn't have a parent or a guardian with a 4-year bachelor's degree from a U.S. college. So peace building and education, what is peace building? And I know we've been talking about it all day and throughout the conference. Peace building and education is all about creating environments that promote nonviolence, that promotes solutions for justice and equity. It's a proactive approach to empowering students to handle conflicts constructively, to advocate for a harmonious campus culture. So I'll also love to hear your perspectives on this. If you would like to join in on the conversation, please take a moment to share what peace building means to you by responding to the poll on the screen. And this right here would just help us frame our discussion around your views on peace building and higher education. And that's just if you would like to join. If you're having any issues, please let me know, but it should be working. Equality, understanding. Community. Oh, these are awesome. Involvement, amazing. Amazing, thank you. So we have community, equality, understanding, and involvement. So first gen students bring a wealth of resilience and diverse perspectives to our campuses. They often face unique challenges, and this could be first gen students here in the US, also a lot of our international students who are first gen students as well, definitely face more specifically unique challenges. And as again, I've had the opportunity to work with many of those students and be a change agent even in just watching their growth. They often face unique challenges such as limited resources, unfamiliarity with campus life. Yet these challenges become their strengths as time goes on and as they get involved on campus and as they are more engaged with their communities, as some of those words that you all just gave is your definition of peace building. When we engage, when we engage our first gen students on campus, in leadership roles, we empower them to transform these challenges into opportunities for growth. So to gain some insights, let's create like a short word cloud. Please share qualities or challenges that you believe first gen students bring to peace building. And this will just help us better understand the factors that shape their role as change agents. And here's the information. If you did use the previous slide and join in on the conversation, you should be able to see like this question pop up right now. And we're just looking at a few of the qualities and challenges that first gen students may bring to peace building. And when we say first gen students, this could be first gen students, international students, resilience, that's great. Okay, unique perspectives, definitely. And when I say resilience, there's definitely resilience. I have worked with a lot of first gen students, international students who are also first gen, and they have a lot of stories of triumph and a lot of stories where they had to be persistent and be resilient and have patience. Culture, competence, and perspective. Yes, that's strong work ethic, definitely. Oh, that's a really great one. Lack guidance and support, for sure. Yes, and when we put it all together, just the lack of guidance, the lack of support, the culture competence and perspective, and navigating just new areas and new spaces, and a lot of times just a new landscape when it comes to a new country and a new educational institution. Empathy and connection, for sure, because a lot of times our first gen students may probably had a pathway to our community colleges and universities and colleges and those campuses where it could be totally different from the pathway of our traditional continuing generation students, higher ed students, and even a lot of the traditional US first gen students. Economic constraints, definitely economic constraints. Wow, and thank you for engaging and joining in the conversation, balancing responsibilities, for sure. And that can be a lot when we just put it all together and looking at all of the words and topics and qualities and the challenges that we've all added to the screen. This could be a whole lot while also just being a college student and just having your studies and having maybe to work and your other responsibilities around your life, to promote a higher quality of life for yourself. Imposter syndrome. That's a great one. That's a great one. And imposter syndrome is where when I'm fully capable and I have the ability, I may not exactly have the confidence all the way. So I'm feeling like an imposter. Like, am I really cut out for this? Is this really where I belong? When in fact, yes, I'm cut out for this. Yes, I belong here. Yes, I can achieve these different goals and aspirations that I have for myself with academically, professionally, and personally. So that's a great one. Unique understanding of flaws and failures of the system. All right, thank you all. Thank you for sharing. And now let's look at some actionable strategies that can support first-gen students in peace building. First, leadership development. Workshops on conflict resolution can equip students with essential skills. Just also programming, organizing events that's led by first-gen students and our international student groups on campus can actually foster engagement and belonging. And then lastly, mentorship programs. Pairing students with social justice advocates within the community and actually within our communities at large, our campus community, professors on campus who are also working on these different types of initiatives that can help build a lasting support network for these students. So especially just looking at mentorship, the leadership development piece, and also making sure that we engage our first-gen students in programming and letting them take lead and just be engaged and feel that sense of ownership that they are part of campus. They are part of what we have going on, the events, the programming, and that this is also a place for them. And I think a great example of first-gen empowerment in action is UCLA's First to Go program. So this initiative is dedicated to supporting first-gen students through leadership development, community engagement, and advocating as well. The program's focus is on teaching skills like conflict resolution, the community building, and that engagement piece, and the nonviolent advocacy. So when we look at the impact of this program, it led to a significant increase in student leadership involvement, higher retention rates, and greater engagement in social justice initiatives across the campus. and within those communities. These results show how structured support can help first-gen students thrive as leaders, advocates. Now, I'd love to know your thoughts. Like, which of these outcomes do you think will have the biggest impact on your campus? In the next poll, please select the options that you think would be most impactful to your campus or your student group or your initiatives and the projects that you're working on. And if you engage in the previous polls, this should automatically, again, just change on your screen. Okay, awesome. Increased student leadership involvement. We saw 100% selected. Improved retention rates is kind of going down within the percentage as we're getting in more votes. Enhanced campus engagement. I see that there's 100% that everyone can agree on the student leadership involvement piece. And that's always excellent. We can see the more frequently that we get students involved on campus in student leadership roles and involvement and engagement, that they are more likely to be successful academically and in their personal endeavors as well. Thank you for your engagement so far. Now we can open up the floor for questions. Please submit your questions via the Slido using the link or the QR code on the screen, and I'll do my best to address them. Okay, now I'll give it a few seconds, and I believe that if we do have any questions that they will show up here. Or also if you would like to drop your questions in the chat box, if that's more convenient for you as well, I'll be happy to take a look.
Okay, so while we wait for some questions to come in, I just wanted to say, sorry, Phoebe, I forgot to introduce you when I forgot to give everyone your title when I introduced you before the talk started. So everyone, Phoebe is the Director of Student Life at South Plains College and an advocate for first generation and underrepresented students. And, you know, like she said, please put your questions either in the chat, or you can raise your hand on Zoom, or you can ask questions on the QR code, but we will just chat until we have a question come up. But as a first gen college student myself who definitely took the route of community college to try and save money, so, you know, getting the associate's degree and then transferring in, this is a topic that's very near and dear to me too. So Phoebe, do you want to just share with us why you wanted to work with first gen students in underrepresented groups specifically while we wait for questions to come in?
Yeah, definitely. Well, I myself, I am a first gen student as well. And I just remember a lot of the challenges that I faced starting off in college and wanting to obtain a higher education and have the opportunity just to explore it and see what it was like and where and how far I went in it. And I just remember being first gen and coming from like my family background, I had a lot of questions and there were a lot of pathways that I had to navigate for myself. Being that I didn't have family or I couldn't ask my parents those questions and get the information that I needed to achieve my goals. So I just know the struggles that comes with being a first gen student. It can be, and it's just all around, as a lot of people added to the discussion, it can be economically, financially, it can be cultural wise, it can be the imposter syndrome. And there's just so many different challenges versus being a continuing generation student when you have the family or the support systems and the network within your home that can guide you through not only just ways of, like obtaining an education for free or the grants and the way to finance an education, but also I meet a lot of continuing generation students and they have conversations with their parents where their parents were in a lot of the same classes that they took, or, oh yeah, I remember when I took this class, and they can even give them coaching when it comes to academic courses and just being strategic. Where else, when it comes to first gen students, we don't have that sort of guidance. Our family we can't have those same conversations. And a lot of those challenges you kind of go unheard and unseen in a way. And it can be a lonely place. It can be a lonely place within your own family background and your own networks. And then also on your college and campus communities where you also might have that imposter syndrome and you feel like you don't necessarily fit in because you're not having the same challenges and struggles as a lot of your peers might have. So that's one reason, is just for me to help first gen students navigate life and help make it easier for them, to save them the most time, frustration, headache, money, so to speak, too, when it comes to scholarships and grants and ways that you can finance a higher education for free. So.
That's great. Thank you. And yeah, I definitely relate to that too, kind of that loneliness that I felt in college. And no matter how encouraging my family could be, they just could not give the same information because they'd never been there before. So definitely relate to everything you just said. Okay, awesome. So we have a couple of questions in the chat. Dr. Pashtun had posted one of our Afghan girls' questions in the in our chat. So let's see. So young generation in Afghanistan. So these are the two major challenges they're facing. One, a cultural assault from a particular group, and two, a struggle against religious ideology. So Phoebe, what strategies do you suggest for fighting these two issues for the future generation of Afghanistan? And how can we encourage younger generations, both directly and indirectly, to engage in the struggle?
Awesome. Okay, and I'm looking at a few questions here. Thanks, Nikki. And I'm just going to review this question one more time to make sure that I understand what's being asked and that I can answer as best as my ability. So, wow, okay. Wow. Okay, that's a great question. Thank you. One, it says that there's a cultural assault from a particular group. And then two, there's a struggle against religious ideology. So what strategies do you suggest for fighting these two issues for future generations of Afghanistan? All right, so those are great questions. One, I would say if it's possible, is to first, when we speak of peace building in higher education, is to first, let's look for networks. And if there's no network that can be supportive, let's focus on creating and building that network. But one, I would give this student or person just a recommendation of seeking a mentor that might have the knowledge or either the insight and intellect and the connections to help them sit down and really focus and build a strategy where a solution can be formed around peace building, and more so that's helpful. So one, I would say focus on network building, and a great place to start is people who are like-minded, people who are also going through the same challenges as you, and then seek a mentor who can help guide the group and give advisement based on your challenges and the end goal and where you're trying to be. So I would say I would start there. I would say look for a mentor. And also if you have, I guess, like access to, let's say different initiatives and groups within your communities, or there are a lot of educators who necessarily might study these types of topics, and these areas may be their focus, is to reach out to them and see who could be a mentor and who could give you insight so you can overcome these struggles and challenges. And then how can we encourage young generation, both directly and indirectly, to engage in the struggle? That's a great question. And that would be another question that once you have that mentor and that sought out person to kind of just help and guide you and coach you through building these solutions, once you get that help, I definitely believe meeting people more so where they are when we speak of the young generation. Meeting them where they are. So a lot of that may be through bringing awareness through social media or different platforms of where they are. Also, this might be an outdated approach, but also if you wanted to bring awareness to these different issues and struggles by creating some sort of communicational piece. So that might be like a monthly newsletter. It could be virtual or just maybe more kind of like the materials to like actually produce a newspaper that's another, you would have to think of like the logistics and the finances to finance that type of production, but also just creating a communicational piece. So for instance, like your own newsletter or your own one pager, like this is what's happening, and just bringing awareness and spreading that communication to those groups that you want to target. So that younger generation, to kind of get them engaged. And a lot of times, I mean, that could be like a newspaper, email newsletter, a blog, using your Facebook, your Instagram, or your TikTok, or just creating a website where you share those informations, where you share that type of information and what's going on, and see who all might want to sign up to just like, oh, let me subscribe to your newsletter and let me stay engaged. Or also you'll be surprised how many people also might reach out and try to connect with you and share their struggles or how they want to join your network and also fight these different types of peacefully build strategies that are non-violent and peaceful to overcome these challenges within the community. And then I see another question here: what particular challenges that community college first-gen students face today? A lot of first-gen students within community college that they're facing today, it still is that imposter syndrome. Although community college, when it comes to the financing, a lot of them still face challenges of economic struggles. So because they have a lot of weight on them as far as like their living expenses or how are they going to eat and where they're going to live. So there are different types of first-gen students, and there are a lot of first-gen students that are called low-income first-gen students. So those are a lot of challenges that they're facing today. And another challenge that I see a lot of first-gen students face today within community colleges is just that coaching and that advisement piece, as far as guiding them from the community college era to their next step, whether that is the four-year university or the workforce. So a lot of students are seeing a challenge with how do I get from here to where I want to go to create a better life for myself and live a better life that is of high standard and high quality. That's a really great question. Tom Valenti asks, I think mentoring is a critical tool. How do you ensure that mentors are suitable for this role? And I believe that this is going back to the first question, the young generation in Afghanistan who are facing two major challenges. And how do you ensure once you get a mentor that they're suitable for that role? And I think that's a really great question. Are they suitable? Are they qualified? Are they trustworthy? Are they dependable? And just to have full transparency, I believe that's something that we never know until we're in the work and we're doing the work. And two, you may just have to be persistent and relentless and reach out to multiple mentors. Or if it doesn't go well with one mentor or two mentors, always have a list where you're doing your research or you're networking and you're communicating and you're reaching out to different individuals and different sources for a suitable mentor. So so that's a great question. And I can understand that a lot of times that it could be a challenge to get a great suitable mentor who is dependable and reliable and passionate and that will have your best interests. So that's a great question. And so a lot of times it happens in the vetting process, but a lot of times I would always recommend to have maybe at least 3 mentors and not only just solely one. So don't put all of your eggs in one basket, even when it comes to mentors. So maybe a network or an advisory of mentors where you have at least 3, but maybe 3 to 6 or 3 to 5 mentors.
Right, that's great advice, Phoebe. Thank you. So that's it for the questions in the chat. I can't see your side, obviously, with the QR code. Did you have any questions, any new questions coming on there?
I do not. Yep, I do not. So yeah, thank you all so much. If you're interested in further reading, I've included a few key references that informed this presentation regarding insights into peace building, student success, and first-gen leadership. And thank you again. I hope these strategies are useful as you work towards empowering first-gen students as peace builders on your campuses.
Yay, awesome. Thank you so much, Phoebe. We really appreciate it. I really enjoyed your talk and all of the great information. Okay, you guys, so because we are done with questions, I'm going to hand it over back to David because we have a special speaker.
Thank you, Nikki. So, Tom, I am going to have you introduce your student. Is she still there?
Yeah, let me ask her a couple of questions first. Ziba, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, a little bit louder. And do you want this session is being recorded? And so do you want the recording to stop, or are you okay that it's recorded? And when it's recorded, it's put on a website and lots of people will see it. So I know I'm asking a big question, but
I'm okay with it.
you're okay with it. Good. Is she able to share her screen?
I can do that.
Wants to share her screen. And Ziba,
she's a co-host. Yeah,
okay. And so, and if you want it on the video, Ziba, we can change your name here to from Nargis to Ziba, so that everybody who sees the video knows it's you, not your sister. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So spell Ziba for me.
Z-I-B like boy A.
Okay. I'll just put Ziba. That's all. Okay. All right. So the name is changed.
Great. Go ahead, Ziba.
Okay, Ziba. Thank you for being here.
Do you have my screen? Thank you.
Yes, we do. A little louder.
Okay, sir. Hello, everyone. This is Ziba Sharfi from BAO. And today I want to talk about Afghanistan, a country that has many wonderful things to share. So I want to tell you about the beauty and culture of Afghanistan. So let's start with the
Nurstan. This is Nurstan. It is a quiet and beautiful place with tall mountains and green valleys. The people here are friendly and it's peaceful. And also Bamyan. Bamyan is famous for the big Buddhas carved into the rocks and its amazing mountains. It's a place full of history. And also Bandi Amir. This is a park with bright blue lakes and tall mountains. It's a perfect place to enjoy nature. And also Panjshir. Panjshir Valley has tall mountains, green hills, and clean rivers. It's a beautiful part of Afghanistan. So let's start with the food. Afghan food is famous, and some popular dishes are kabuli palau. This is kabuli palau. Rice with meat and rice stems, and Chinaki, a stew, kebabs, grilled meat, and mantu, dumpling with meat. Traditional Afghan clothes. Afghan men wear a long shirt with baggy pants called shalwar kameez, and women's dresses are bright and colorful with pretty designs. And I want to play a video of traditional Afghan clothes.
We are the Afghans, a nation of diverse ethnicities and the most beautiful culture in the nation.
Viva, I'm not sure your connection is strong enough to play that video.
Thanks for listening.
We didn't hear the video. Ziba, do you want me to play the video from here?
Okay.
See if I can get it. I don't think I can share my screen, but
Is there a URL, Tom? I mean, I can make you a co-host. I've just made you co-host.
all right. Let me share this, and then this was important to Ziba, so
Your
sent you the
your co-host, Tom.
yeah. Okay, let's see if I can share this. No, that's
The Afghans, a nation of diverse ethnicities and the most beautiful culture in Asia.
that's it. Thank you, Ziba.
welcome.
Do we have questions for Ziba? I mean, maybe we've got a few minutes before 1 o'clock. We'll take another break, but since we have Ziba and we have other young Afghan women and girls in the room, and Ziba can stop sharing her screen.
Actually, you have here too, David and Phoebe. You have Safia Karimi is called Safia Kamal. She's a first generation Afghan studying in the U.S. now.
Okay, where is she
About to
studying?
graduate, yeah.
Where is she studying?
At Citadel, the Military College of South Carolina, but
Oh.
just got awarded a master's, accepted to the master's program at the. Well, I'll let her talk about it. Why?
Yeah. Please
Safia.
share with us since you're in the United States.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, hi. I'm very excited to be here. Just like Tom said, I'm first generation college student and about to graduate in like a couple weeks in December. Thank you. And I'll be starting my master's in September of 2025. So looking forward to that.
And
Will you
Safia actually came here as a high school student.
Will you be continuing your master's at the Citadel in South Carolina?
No, sir. I think I got the experience I needed. I'm going to DC. It's a small college. It's a small university for like intelligence and international affairs and statecraft. Institute of World Politics.
Oh yeah, I'm familiar with it. Okay.
I'll be going there.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
How long have you been in the United States?
Almost 5 years.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it has been 5 years. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I came
And
here as a high school student for junior year and senior year, and then since then I carried on with college. So, yeah.
good for you. Is your family in the United States or still in Afghanistan?
No, sir, they went to Australia like a year ago.
Okay.
So they were in Afghanistan and then went to Pakistan, from Pakistan to Australia. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, that's good. That's good for them. Well, thank you.
Thank you
Anything
so
else you want to share with us, please, or
Actually,
questions other people have? Yeah.
Sophia was, if you remember, Fran talked about AIPO, AYEPO.
Mhm.
Sophia was one of the originals. I worked with AIPO years back. Sophia will remember the dates, but she was one of the original AIPO team.
Oh, wow.
Most of them are in Germany now, but she's here. What did they call you? You're the or the American
Ambassador type.
when she came here, but Fran didn't get a chance to meet her yet.
Yeah.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
Any questions for Sophia or Tom, if you have other students?
Anybody want to talk? I see Parwana's still here. Unfortunately, a bit of sad news. Nabila was here at the beginning, but since the seminar started, her grandmother passed away.
Oh, I'm so
She
sorry.
had to leave. She wanted me to explain why she had to leave, but sometime shortly after the first session. Alina, you were here. Do you want to say something? I saw you on camera before. That's it.
Okay. I am going to, I guess, turn it back to Nikki and or Sarah. We are about a minute to one, so we can take a 15-minute break. And I know the baton is being handed from Nikki to Sarah, so I'll let the two of you kind of chime in and I'll step back. And we're waiting for our next presenter. So
you know what we could ask Ziba. Ziba, can we guess your age? Should we let them guess your age?
My age?
You come back on camera for a minute, Ziba, and let's see. I did this with somebody the other day, and not with Ziba, but with somebody else, and the age guesses were anywhere from 18 to 32. And the young girl was an American girl. She was 16. So we're always bad at our age. Should we guess your age, Ziba? You mind?
I think she was 16 years old.
You're right. That you
16. Oh my goodness.
Oh, you were in the class. Ziba's not 16. The girl I'm talking about was Ziba. Do you want to tell everybody your age?
I don't remind everybody age, just I remind her.
No, what is your age?
My age, I am 15 years old.
Oh my goodness. We are so impressed with you. So very impressed. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Nikki and Sarah, if you want to take over, one of you, or maybe Sarah, since Nikki's leaving, take over, and then we can kind of move to a break.
Nikki, thank you so much for moderating this morning and for our amazing presenters. We'll be resuming again at 1:15. So if people would like to take a bathroom break or a coffee break or anything like that, we'll be resuming at 1:15 with Rhea Settles. And Rhea, if you're here, can you make yourself known? Open up your camera. I'm not seeing you in our list of participants yet, but I'll wait and see if you need to be let in.
Ziba, your sister was clapping for you in the Google Meet while you were doing your presentation.
Here because she has a connection problem.
She's gone now. And Sarah, I'm still the host. You may want to take that off.
Oh, thanks, Tom. Rhea, welcome. We'll be getting started at 1:15 with your presentation. Am I saying your name right, Rhea?
You are.
Terrific. All right, perfect. Thanks for joining us.
Yes, thank you for having me.
Oh, so Tom, I don't think, I think only David can add and remove people as hosts and co-hosts. And Rhea, I'll make sure that he, I think he might have gone to the restroom or to get a coffee, but when he comes back, I'll make sure he adds you as a co-host so that you can share your screen.
No
Okay,
problem.
great.
Yeah. So, Ziba, take a look in the chat. Some people are saying things to you if you know how to use the chat on Zoom. Some messages, you got some nice messages.
Oh, thanks, David. Rhea, do you have any questions before we start?
I do not.
All right, great.
Thanks.
Oh, Rhea, one more thing. Hopefully David mentioned this to you. Is it okay with you for us to record the presentation as part of our seminar to put on YouTube?
Yes, sure.
Okay, terrific.
Yes,
I think it's
just
already
have
recording.
I have a disclaimer that, it's just it's this presentation is proprietary, so the content is, so it could just be used as a teaching tool,
Oh,
but not to
certainly.
be like duplicated and used in other arenas, just as a teaching tool.
Certainly, that sounds good.
Yes.
So it's recording now. I just wanted to make sure
Okay,
that you were okay with that, but because if not, we
you.
could always have turned it off and turned it back on later. But no, that sounds great.
Actually, Sarah, I'm thinking probably not to record because we won't be able to control how people use it once it's up. So if we could just not record, that would be great.
Sure, I'll pause it now. David, I'm not sure if you're there, but the poll questions just show like 100%, like one person's answer still. Unfortunately. Is everyone here? Okay. Hi, everybody. We're just waiting on our next presenter. She's, I think, running a little behind.
Yeah, she said she would be here at 2:10, so I know she's coming in.
Okay.
So communicate with her.
I had it in my mind as 2:20. Sorry about that. Let me see.
So I'm going to close the polls in a minute. So if you haven't filled out the polls, do that, and then I'm going to close them. Thank you.
You may have to report on them verbally, David, because when it's up on the screen, it only shows the one answer, I think.
Okay, thanks.
Let me see. Just to make sure, is Jade here by chance under another name? Here she is. Okay. Welcome, Jade. Jade Cooper will be our next presenter. Jade, are you there?
I am. Just give me 1 second. Was just having
Sure.
Zoom problems, but I am here.
Just let me know when you're ready and I'll go ahead and introduce you.
Fantastic.
Three reasons why I stopped using toothpaste. Number 1.
Oh, David, I think you might be unmuted. There we go.
Okay, I am good to go. Sorry about that.
No problem. Thank you so much. Welcome back, everyone. Our next presenter is going to be Jade Cooper, Deputy Director of the Americas at the Institute for Economics and Peace. And her presentation is titled Toward Resilience, Unpacking the Relationship Between Conflict and Ecological Threats through the 2024 Ecological Threat Report. So welcome so much, Jade. We're really glad to have you here today. And I believe we've made you co-host, so if you want to share your screen, you're welcome to do so as well.
Fantastic. I'll do that now.
And we have from 2:15 to 3.
Great. Okay, can you see my presentation? Fantastic. Okay. I thank you so much for that. It's so pleased to be here. It's a great honor. I am Jade Cooper from the Institute of Economics and Peace. I'm the Deputy Director of the Americas region here. And I will take you through a little bit more about the Institute. But first, just why I wanted to dedicate this presentation to one of our major research reports that's just come out We thought it was quite good timing with this because this has just been released. It's our annual ecological threat report, which focuses on the relationship between ecological threats and conflict. So a little bit about IEP. We're an independent think tank dedicated to understanding the intersection between business, peace, and economics. We're fundamentally a peace-building organization, but we believe in leveraging data to the best extent we can to measure peace and improve peace. We're most known for our Global Peace Index, which ranks every country in the world in terms of peacefulness. But we also produce a number of other reports, like this one, as well as we have a Global Terrorism Index, which comes out in March, and also one called the Business and Peace Report, and one called Global Militarization Index, just to name a few. A little more about us. Our headquarters is in Sydney, and that's where our founder, Steve Kilalea, is from, but we truly are a global organization. We have regional offices in New York, where I'm based out of, and Brussels, The Hague, as well as Nairobi, where we've recently moved from Zimbabwe. And we also have a Mexico office, where we've had for the last 10 years, where we produce the Mexico Peace Index. So we offer research, consulting, and training services, and our research is used extensively by multilateral organizations across the world. But we also do a lot of consulting work with these organizations too, just to name a few: the OECD, Commonwealth Secretariat, and many different departments of the UN. And we also do research and consulting for major humanitarian organizations like World Vision, who's a major partner. We are a small team, which means we have a small footprint, but we are active in many countries across the world. We publish these 10 major reports each year, and our audience for these reports is in over 150 countries with millions and millions of downloads. And so now I would like to introduce you to the Ecological Threat Report. This is our 5th year making it, and we created it to better understand the interlinkages between conflict, peacefulness, and ecological threats. And so the report follows similar methodologies to the rest of our reports, although this one covers more countries. It's very subnational in nature. Essentially, it's broken down into states and provinces of 200 countries. It covers 9 global regions, essentially covering the entire of the world's population. And you may be wondering what I mean when I keep saying ecological threats. So we looked at 4 specific ecological threats, which are our 4 core indicators. And those are food insecurity, water risk, demographic pressure, and the impact of natural events. And we look at all of these indicators and their effects on peace and conflict and development. We use hundreds of different sources for our data, including the World Bank, World Resources Institute, World Food Programme, just to name a few. And if you have any more questions about the methodology, the report is free to download on our website, and there's a kind of a section at the back of the report on the methodology. But now I would love to highlight some of the key findings. So here you can see where in the world the 4 ecological threats have high or very high risk. So those are the ones in red. And you can see that it is really mainly in sub-Saharan Africa, with Central and South America and South Asia also showing a lot of risk, but it is quite dramatic here. You see all that red with the very, very high risk here in the middle. And this is just another way of kind of viewing that. Yeah, you see we have the score. The scores go from 0 to 5. And you can see sub-Saharan Africa here is really, really showing the most vulnerabilities to all 4 of these risks. So these are some of our major findings. So yes, 50 countries are facing very high levels of ecological threat. And unfortunately, these are currently home to 1.3 billion people. And to make it worse, these countries are projected to have a combined population of 2 billion by 2050. So they're growing faster than other countries. We also identified 27 countries which are ecological hotspots, which I'll go into in more detail. But essentially, it means they face very high levels of ecological threat combined with very low societal resilience, kind of meaning low levels of peacefulness, which is a dangerous combination. 19 of the hotspot countries are in sub-Saharan Africa, with 4 in the rest of Africa and then 4 in other regions. And a major finding really is that ecological threat is strongly correlated with peacefulness. Countries with higher levels of ecological threat are more likely to have high levels of conflict and lower levels of societal safety and security. And just to kind of highlight this, this pretty key finding, that countries with the highest population growth also face the worst ecological threats, which really amplifies the challenges and means they will become a lot worse over the coming years. And you can see here that kind of roughly half of the world faces a medium or high, very high risk. And so, as I mentioned, I'll go into a little bit more on country hotspots. So we're talking about with hotspots, we're talking about ecological threats and societal resilience, which means a country's ability to handle these threats and resist it causing conflict and decreasing peacefulness. So we've identified 27 hotspot countries, which have a combination of high ecological risks and low societal resilience. And these are places where the socioeconomic conditions and institutional capacities make it unlikely for societies to be able to adapt to strong ecological shocks. For example, countries with very low positive peace suffer 7 times as many deaths from ecological threats as those with very high positive peace scores. And so there's 19 of these hotspots. There's 19 of the hotspots are in sub-Saharan Africa, as you can see here. 4 in the Middle East and North Africa, and 4 are in other regions. You can see Haiti here is a tiny dot. And sub-Saharan Africa's risks are mainly driven by 3 of the threats, which are high levels of food insecurity, water stress, and rapid population growth, but not as much with natural disasters. So these are all of the 27 hotspot countries, and you might notice that many of these are currently experiencing active conflicts right now. For example, Haiti, Sudan, Afghanistan, and the DRC. But there are also a few in there that you would not expect. Tajikistan doesn't have any active conflicts, but it would be a very high risk if it did. So I wanted to kind of show this vicious cycle, because while we found that ecological threats are not necessarily a direct cause of conflict, this is how they contribute to an increased risk of conflict. For example, if we're starting with resource scarcity, like water, for example, this means less water per person, which can lead to social unrest, which causes peacefulness to deteriorate. And this means a country is less able to handle ecological threats, and it just kind of continues in this vicious cycle. And if multiple ecological threats occur simultaneously, they can converge and amplify each other, causing a multiplier effect. For example, the combination of water stress and a rapidly growing population may exacerbate food insecurity and causing other effects such as higher inflation, unplanned migration, or increases in crime. Okay, so now I wanted to take a closer look at the 4 ecological threats: water risk, food security, demographic pressure, and natural disasters, and look at the key findings from those. So it's just starting with food insecurity. So 26 countries face high or very high levels of food insecurity, and most of these countries are in sub-Saharan Africa. But the largest number of total people experiencing such hunger are in South Asia due to its huge population. And the amount of people facing food insecurity is expected to rise dramatically in sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia due to this population growth that we've talked about. And in South Asia, there are around, so you can see here, there are around 500 million people with very high food insecurity. And this is expected to rise to 600 million by 2050. And in sub-Saharan Africa, the number of people facing hunger now is 350 million, that will rise to 500 million. And so because South Asia has twice the population of sub-Saharan Africa, it has more people suffering very high food insecurity. But if you were to look at it on a percentage of total population metric, sub-Saharan Africa is significantly higher. So now I'll move on to water risk. So we chose to focus heavily on this year, largely because of a key factor, which is that water and food are interlinked. A lack of water leads to a lack of food. And water stress also slows down economic development, which further compromises the health and well-being and safety of a population. Most countries facing acute water risk are in sub-Saharan Africa, in the Middle East and North Africa. And something that we found that I think is really interesting is the amount of water resources that a country has does not mean they have more water security. Many countries have abundant water resources, but they don't have the infrastructure or institutions to make use of them and to provide adequate clean water for their people. For example, countries that have a significant amount of water resources, like Papua New Guinea, has the 5th highest water resources available per capita in the world, but they have very, very high levels of water risk. Whereas some countries in the Middle East have very low water resources, but they have very high water security because they have strong institutions. And this graph kind of shows that. So as you can see here, we've got down the bottom, we have water resources per capita for a country. And then on this axis, we have the water risk score from 1 to 5, 5 being the highest risk. So you see Papua New Guinea here is PNG is right at the top. It's a 5 out of 5 for water risk, but it's also right at the end of this axis in terms of water resources per capita. And then conversely, we have Kuwait here. You can't really get less water resources than that, really, really low amount of water. But they also have very low water risk. So they have ample water security for their population because of these strong institutions. Okay, and moving on to natural events. And these include floods, droughts, cyclones, tsunamis, earthquakes, wildfires, and volcanic eruptions. And I guess a key finding was that whilst these natural events are experienced all over the world, only 12 countries have high or very high levels of impact, and half of these countries are again in sub-Saharan Africa. So you can see here, it is a very small population that has a very small percentage of the countries that have a very high risk. And the reason for this is that globally, a small minority of subnational areas experience severe impacts, while a majority have low levels of impact. And finally, onto the last threat we assessed, which is demographic pressure, which I think is a really interesting one. So you may have heard a lot about population growth decline happening in many, if not most countries around the world. But despite this, the global population is expected to rise to around 10 billion at 2050, which is up from 8 billion currently. But the problem is that the growth will not happen equally across the world, with places with more poverty and conflict tending to grow the most. And the world's 40 least peaceful countries will have 1.3 billion more people by 2050. And at this point, they will be half of the population. Sub-Saharan Africa and Middle East and North Africa are the regions expected to grow the most. And this creates a youth bulge, which can have significant economic and political implications and sometimes lead to increased fragility. So you might be surprised to hear that because, there are some really great benefits to a youth bulge, mainly that it is a larger working age population, but it also comes with conflict risks. and that, for example, youth are more likely to be activists, which can lead to more repression and violence from governments. And interestingly, in other regions, Europe, Russia, Eurasia, Asia Pacific, are going to have virtually no population growth, which has other significant consequences, like having more elderly and far fewer working age people. So this chart really shows how unequal that growth is. So you see here, Nigeria has almost 6 times higher fertility rate than South Korea. And even countries like Nigeria, which is not present on this chart, I read something recently that I thought was really interesting, that even in North Nigeria versus South Nigeria, the birth rate is around 7 in North Nigeria and 3 in South Nigeria, where it's much more affluent. So there are just these huge inequalities around the world in this population growth. And these charts show this youth bulge that I was talking about. So firstly, here we have just this pretty dramatic graph showing the predictions of population growth. The purple is sub-Saharan Africa, blue is rest of the world. And you can see Asia Pacific is kind of really dramatically coming down. And then on the other side here, we have this demonstration of the youth bulge. And so interestingly, we are actually kind of at the peak of the youth bulge right now, you can see here. So it will be decreasing over the coming years. So I think the next 10 to 20 years will really hold the key to how we're going to manage these challenges with these major demographic shifts. Okay, so I know that was a lot of doom and gloom and kind of bad news there, but I wanted to offer a little bit of positivity by providing some solutions that we have identified some of these problems. And we're going to focus on sub-Saharan Africa and food security and water security. So we know how bad the situation is. 2/3 of the people in sub-Saharan Africa are food insecure, and the population of that region is expected to double by 2050. And we know that the region faces challenges with agricultural productivity, so its ability to grow food. And so its average cereal yield is 1.7 tons per hectare, which is less than half of the global average. But the good news is there are some reasonably low lift solutions that can show dramatic improvements here. So sub-Saharan Africa's yield gaps are in part a result of a lack of irrigation, with only 1.8% of the cultivated land being irrigated, which is the lowest rate in the world. Also, despite high levels of water risk, the region has extensive untapped water resources. So it could irrigate all its lands with the irrigation potential using less than 6% of its renewable water resources. And advances in irrigation technology will make irrigation much more efficient and achieve this. And we aren't really talking about anything radical here. These advances in irrigation technology are things that would be very feasible for a farmer managing less than 2 hectares of land. We're talking about plastic piping, solar pumps, kind of very basic types of water capture would have a huge impact. And in addition to tapping into the continent's existing renewable water resources, there's also substantial potential for expanding water capture efforts. Sand dams are one really great way to do this, and sub-Saharan Africa has a lot of lands that are appropriate for this, these semi-arid regions, so they can be implemented much more. Chemical fertilizer is another really interesting way that can dramatically increase cereal production. And we actually estimate that the annual investments totaling only US 15 billion in irrigation systems, new water capture projects and other agricultural enhancements like fertilizer could help the region increase its cereal production by more than 50%. And so you'll see here, this shows water use in agriculture compared to amount per capita that's available. So sub-Saharan Africa has pretty good renewable water per capita, but it's only using 2% of its available water resources. So there's a lot of potential here. And then this graph kind of shows some of these things that I had mentioned in the previous slide. So here's a breakdown of current production, and this is what could be realized. We could, increase cereal production by 50% by doing these things. So here we have increasing irrigation potential, using water capture measures like sand damming, and fertilizer too, which is a little controversial because if you use too much, it can have very negative effects, but there are great benefits to small amount of fertilizer. And this is just new grain storage infrastructure. And so this is all stuff that is doable. It's not extremely expensive or advanced. These are simple, low-tech solutions. And sand dams, we think, are a really great solution. It's something that we work on with our sister organization, the Charitable Foundation. And so essentially, by realizing its latent irrigation potential, expanding water capture, and pursuing other yield enhancing and yield preserving measures, sub-Saharan Africa could increase cereal production by 50%, we think, with a relatively small investment. Okay, so wanted to end on some slightly positive news there, and that is the end of my presentation on the ETR. I would love to take any questions people have, just with one caveat that I know the report very well, but I wasn't one of the researchers who worked on it, so there may be some limits to how deep I can go in the technical stuff.
Well, Jade, thank you so much for your extremely informative presentation, and for both the sobering statistics and also the more positive ideas that you mentioned at the end there. Would anybody like to offer any questions to Jade about her presentation or the work of IEP? You're welcome. Oh, let's see. I see Obi has a question. Feel free to unmute.
Hi, thank you, Sarah. Hi, Jade.
Hi.
My name is Obi Onigwe. You spoke so much about sub-Saharan Africa. I'm speaking from Abuja, Nigeria. So.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, that's a great job you've done so far. I'm so much interested to, your presentation talking about conflict, water scarcity, and all that. I was wondering, in your solutions, though maybe it focused mainly on the points you make mention of, but I think the issue of governance and leadership, drives a better irrigation system, drives maybe fertilizer or organic ways of this. So I'm just wondering what part of your research did in the issue of leadership, because I think the bane of the problem we have in Nigeria, as a matter of fact, it is the leadership. Yeah, so we could have better, unless maybe IEP is trying to come up with those, but I think that's actually I'm speaking from experience and also as a Nigerian, that corruption may not make the irrigation systems work if they are there, and other factors. So I'm just wondering what your solutions could be in the area of governance and leadership.
I think that's thank you, Obi. Thanks so much for that question. Thanks for listening in. I think that's an excellent point, to be honest. We're kind of saying these kind of fantastic, cost-effective, low-lift solutions. We want to encourage companies and the UN and countries to invest more in this because we think they're low-lift. But you're totally right. I did also say at the same time that one of the biggest issues with water risk is it's not having strong institutions. And And that is a totally different thing to tackle rather than just thinking about, ODA, which we're really asking to people to contribute ODA towards these solutions. And we're not really presenting any solutions that also tackle that major factor, which is weak institutions and things like corruption. So yeah, I think you're totally right. I think you have to approach it by both ways. And the thing you're talking about is much harder, much more complicated, particularly for foreign donors to get involved in. And unfortunately, I don't have any great solutions, but I hope that this is something that you are all thinking about, and this is why you're here. It's a really good first step. So I hope that you're going to have some solutions, Obi, for these things in your country.
Thank you so much, Obi. Does anyone else have a question? And if so, feel free to either raise a hand or simply unmute, or you're welcome to drop your question in the chat. Well, in the meantime, I have one for you, Jade. I'm curious, in the spirit of good news, which I know might be tough in the development world sometimes. Have you all ever seen, in the years that you've been doing the Ecological Threat Report, have you ever seen a country really turn it around as far as where their standing is in various areas on the report? Maybe not completely turn it around, but start to go in a more positive direction as far as observable changes to the ecological threat?
That's a really great question. And unfortunately, I don't have a positive answer, but that is really mainly because so we've been doing this report 5 years, as I said, and it's kind of a unique one because we're measuring things that are so slow moving. So we haven't actually seen, these ecological threats are things that take, decades to see real changes. We can see kind of like trends and indicators, but to see kind of dramatic shift 5 years is too long, and too short, and especially looking year to year is too short. But we do see, so we have our Global Peace Index, which is our main report, and we do see really positive changes in countries in that report. So that's just focused on. So this is looking at ecological threats and conflict, and that report is just focused on peacefulness. And we do see in that report countries doing things, implementing things, actually a lot of the things towards having kind of stronger institutions, where we have seen countries kind of dramatically jump up the list, which is really inspiring. But on this one, unfortunately, I think with the ecological threats, it's not a rosy outlook overall.
Well, based on, if I understood your report correctly, it sounded like there's such a correlation between resilience and positive peace and ecological threat that maybe those countries that you're seeing move up on the peace index will also, at least over a longer span, move in a positive direction on the ecological threat report as well.
Totally. That's a great point, because those countries that are becoming having higher levels of positive peace are just going to be more resilient to the shocks that we're talking about, because obviously there's not really anything we can do about these ecological, the things like climate change that are just changing, but there are things we can do to increase country resilience and societal resilience to the shocks, and that's kind of really the point. That's kind of what we can change. So you're totally right. So by increasing peacefulness and by increasing positive peace, then countries are going to be far more resilient and less vulnerable for these shocks that are inevitable.
That's really great. Thank you so much. We also got a comment in the chat for those of you who might not have seen it from Nikki that says, "Thank you, Jade. This information will help in my local community to hold dialogue about the impacts of our daily lives with possible policy changes with this new administration in the US. Think globally, act locally." Yes, it's certainly very timely for us to be hearing.
Totally. Thank you so much for that comment. Yeah, that means a lot. Yeah, and
Jade?
I do really hope that that people can go on the website and download the report. We also have the Global Peace Index on there as well, so you can take a look. We also just released a briefing focused as kind of a summarized short version of the report for COP, because I know this is also kind of timely because it's happening at the same time as COP. So anyone who's interested in that can see that as well.
Terrific. Thank you
Jade,
so
would-
much. Obi,
so
did
Jade,
you
would
have
you
another
mind-
comment or
Jade,
question?
would you mind sharing your email, maybe?
Yeah, absolutely. I can probably share that through Heather.
And I just have one last question for you. Maybe I'm just wondering, migration is it's a big issue in sub-Saharan Africa. Is a big threat, and so I'm just wondering how these in your research and also in your report, how this could be maybe how it has so far affected the SDG, because I think by 2030, we might be thinking or rethinking about the next development goals, whatever it might be called. Do you have any maybe any solution towards this, making young people to stay back? Because I know you talked about the youth budge, and I think, that the youth budge can actually be, converted to something very, very productive in different sectors of the economy in West Africa. So do you have any, tangible, findings you made, among, the time you are actually doing your research? Because I work with young youth in Nigeria, so I'm very, very much interested, in this.
Yeah, sure. I don't know if I have anything specific to offer from our research, but I do agree that the youth bulge kind of overall, I see as a net positive. I think it has huge potential, and I think that means that it gives sub-Saharan Africa this like very unique asset and kind of potential that no other country really has, particularly kind of going into the future when we're really going to see some of these significant impacts from population growth that has completely stagnated and stopped in most of the world. The world is going to need workers that are young, and Africa is going to have a lot of them. So I think it depends how it's managed, but I think other countries. I know you're asking about kind of Africa benefiting. And I don't have a kind of specific answer on that, but I do think that other countries have a lot to gain as well. Other countries, particularly kind of Europe, which is very close, and also is one of the regions that its population is slowing the most. Europe needs to be much better at coming up with migration policies for Africans, because I think that's really going to be a great solution for the rest of the world as well. So I hope that it can be I hope it can be a net positive for the world, and that we are allowing people to move around, and that youth from Africa can go and work other places, and solve some of these pretty big issues in other regions too.
Thank you.
That's a great question, Obi. Thank you so much. So I'm curious, Jade, one more question I had for you, that I know our founder of the Ford Center, David Smith, also was curious about this, whether the Global Peace Index is being used as a policy document by countries, or any of the other reports. Does it get used in policy that countries are making, kind of like Obi was saying, as far as countries that are trying to strengthen their institutions and maybe use some of this data to do so?
Yes, it is, which is a really, really great thing to be able to respond with. We do a lot of work with the UN here in New York. And so we had a very similar presentation that I just gave to you. We did an event last week to launch the report when it came out with the ambassadors to the UN I think it was maybe kind of 40 or 50 ambassadors to the UN, who, obviously representing their governments. And this is the way we kind of really try and push out all of our reports. We work closely with many governments, often through the UN initially, and then we can end up working with governments themselves. But yeah, it is something that is used in policy, and we do kind of in the Peace Index, we do give kind of like this, we give policy solutions to based on our research, and also really the policy solutions are based at looking on the countries that consistently score very highly in positive peace, and essentially looking at what those countries have in common and what other countries can learn from that. So yes, we do see the reports used by governments, but also and that could be indirectly through just kind of reading the reports, but we also do consulting with a few specific governments around the world too, where we actually are going in and doing specific kind of targeted research for them or training.
That's great. Thank you so much. That's very exciting that it's been used with UN ambassadors and in other policy contexts. Does anyone else have any comments or questions for Jade? Still have about 8 minutes. If not, we may see if, Jade, do you have any closing comments you'd like to make?
Yeah, just thank you so much for taking the time to listen. I hope it wasn't too technical. I know there's a lot of data and facts, but I hope that the kind of key messages were able to come through. If anyone is interested in hearing more about IEP and the work we do, please don't hesitate to get in touch. We have if anyone's interested in getting more involved, we have a global ambassadors program. We have a lot of ambassadors in sub-Saharan Africa as well, which is fantastic. So you can find out more about that on the website. It's a great way to kind of get involved in peace building if you're still studying or things like that. So yeah, please look that up. And yeah, it was a great pleasure getting to speak to you all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Jade. Oh, actually, sorry, I just saw another question in the chat dropped in, or I think it's sent directly to me. The question was, do you have a feeling about the impact of the US leaving the Paris Accords, as far as how it might affect any of these indices?
Yeah, it would purely be based on my own kind of gut feeling. I think it would be not good overall. I'm sure you think the same. Yeah, I guess it could have an indirect impact in that it will probably make climate change occur faster. If the US is not getting involved in the Paris Accord, that means other countries won't as well. And then we will see these ecological threats exacerbate and occur at a more severe rate more quickly. So yeah, I guess that indirectly it's not good.
Yeah, I agreed. Thank you so much. Well, if we don't have any other questions, we may take the opportunity to close a few minutes early and give you all a slightly longer break. But I want to thank very heartily Jade Cooper for coming in and speaking to us on behalf of IEP. That was extremely informative. We really appreciate your time and your expertise in being here. And so everyone will take a break for coffee or restroom or a little bit of food up until 3:10. And then we'll probably get going again between 3:10 and 3:15 with our next presentation with Monica Gilsanz and Anita Thompson. So thank you again, Jade. We really appreciate you being here and hope everyone enjoys their break.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Monica, we're just on break right now, but we're going to be resuming between 3:10 and 3:15.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you. Do you know if Anita is arriving soon as well?
Yeah, she should. And then do I have co-hosting privileges to be able to share screen?
David is going to, I think he's the only one who can offer co-host privileges.
Okay.
He steps away to the restroom, but he'll definitely make sure to get that to you by 3:10.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Anita. I was just saying to Monica that we are just on a short break, but we'll be resuming between 3:10 and 3:15. And David will make sure to get co-host privileges to both of you. Thank you so much. Hi there, everyone. We're back from our break for our 3:15 to 4 p.m. session. We'll go ahead and get started. I'm going to do a little bit of an introduction prior to handing the floor over to our speakers. Our next set of speakers are a pair of professionals from the United States Institute of Peace, Monica Gilsanz and Anita Thompson. Monica is the program officer for the Higher Education Engagement Team at USIP, and Anita is the senior program specialist for the Gandhi King Global Academy online at USIP. And they'll be talking about the higher education efforts of the United States Institute of Peace. So we are so proud and so happy to welcome both of you. Thank you so much for being here, and the floor is yours.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Sarah. And thank you, David, for the invitation to join you today. It has been great spending this Friday with you, and I know Anita and I are really excited to delve into our presentation. So now bear with me as I get onto Zoom, because it's never easy, despite how many years we've been doing it. Okay, it should all work. Can I get some verbal confirmation that you're seeing my screen? Perfect. Thank you, Sarah. As you said, I'm Monica Gilsanz. I'm a program officer at the U.S. Institute of Peace. I'm joined by my fabulous colleague, Anita, today. And before I turn over the floor to her, I'm going to give you some background about what USIP does. And we're going to start with a video. Sound okay?
Conflict between individuals, communities, and nations is inevitable. But at USIP, the United States Institute of Peace, we know conflicts can be resolved without resorting to violence. In fact, when conflicts are well managed, they can lead to transformative change for the better. But what does this actually mean? And what sets us apart as we pursue peace? We're a national, nonpartisan, independent institute that embodies America's commitment to peace. We've worked to become and remain a trusted expert in reducing conflict around the world. To disrupt cycles of violence and build sustainable peace, USIP works both from the bottom up with community, grassroots, and faith-based groups, and from the top down with leaders and governments. We're proactive, employing research and training that leads to action and makes communities and nations resilient to the forces that deal in violence and extremism. Our team works around the world, including in some of the most dangerous conflict zones. But we don't work alone. We partner with Peacebuilders operating on the front line to build just and secure nations that can manage their own conflicts peacefully. We train communities to connect opposing sides using mediation, negotiation, and dialogue to bring nonviolent resolutions to conflict and build peace that lasts. Because we know that peace is practical, possible, and a process that is essential to saving lives and money. We all know that peace is hard, but at USIP, we believe it's worth it for our country and for the world.
Okay. With that, I want to provide a little bit more background. So the United States Institute of Peace, or USIP, is a nonpartisan public institution that was founded by the U.S. Congress in 1984 with a mission to help prevent, mitigate, and resolve violent conflicts around the world. USIP's work is centered around helping people and communities to resolve their own conflicts before the U.S. is drawn in. USIP is proud to do a lot with a little money. Our initiatives aren't expensive, and they save U.S. lives and taxpayers' money by helping to stabilize overseas areas that are of strategic importance to our country. USIP has over 300 initiatives in 90 countries, with a long-term presence in 19 countries. In addition to its headquarters in Washington, D.C., USIP has smaller regional offices in other countries, including Iraq, Pakistan, Tunisia, Nigeria, Sudan, Colombia, and the Philippines. We do not work here in the US on issues of peace and conflict. We work on those issues around the world because that's the focus Congress gave us. However, USIP's legislation does mandate us to work to educate the American people on issues of international peace and conflict. We are a nonpartisan organization, which means we're not biased or partisan. We do not support one political party. Our creation is a culmination of a concept, a national commitment to peace, that traces itself back to the Americans' first president, George Washington. The effort gained traction in the 1960s and 70s when Action for More Veterans in Congress and a grassroots campaign of faith-based groups and everyday Americans led to USIP's act being signed into law by President Ronald Reagan in 1984. Today, USIP has been around for 40 years. Our work has evolved from first focusing on developing the field of peacebuilding studies at universities across the country to now working on the ground directly in places where US interests are at stake. Our work falls into three broad categories: working on the ground, finding new options, and training peacebuilders. We work directly in conflict zones. This is not theory to us. We are engaged on the ground, working in partnership with those living with conflict and working to prevent and resolve violence. We help everyone involved in a conflict find new options for resolving it. We provide US government officials and policymakers with a different perspective than the rest of the national security establishment, bringing our deep expertise on issues of peace and conflict, such as countering violent extremism, strategic stability and competition, global shocks, and geographic areas of focus too. And lastly, we're a training institution. We provide education and training to people working for peace. From government officials to civil society leaders, to women, religious leaders, the military in different contexts, and the youth. We're expanding the capacities of people around the world to work towards peace. So I wanted to showcase various ways to stay engaged, all found on our website, usip.org. And if you go to our page, you can sign up for virtual and in-person engagements, register for online courses, which Anita will get to later on, sign up to newsletters, listen to a podcast, request an expert briefing through our speakers bureau, stay current with all our articles, and you can request to visit USIP's headquarters right here on the National Mall. And because we're coming together as kind of a higher education community, I wanted to draw attention to Peace Professors. This is a higher education engagement initiative that was launched in 2023 on International Day of Peace. It's a community of practice of professors who are doing peace work, whether in the classroom or in their research. We come together every month for conversations with peace professors. This academic year, we're focused on taking a regional approach. And so our next conversation with peace professors will look at the conflict in Sudan. In December, we'll look at Burma. So it's really a great opportunity to come together, learn, and be in community with each other. We also publish a monthly newsletter called Peace Professors Periodical, and we have a private LinkedIn group that you can communicate with members asynchronously. Right now, we have over 198 professors from 135 higher education institutions representing over 35 states and 21 countries. So you can see it's quite a breadth of folks that are represented within this community of practice. And if you would like to join, please feel free to email me. My email is mgilsanz@usip.org. That's mgilsanz@usip.org. And with that, I have the lovely pleasure of turning the floor over to Anita Thompson, the Senior Program Specialist for the Gandhi King Global Academy. Anita, over to you.
Thank you, Monica. I am going to do something a little bit differently. I'm going to go ahead and post this link in the chat. We'll get to it in a moment. But if I posted that there as it's kind of, it's part of our presentation, a demo of sorts. All right, thanks again, Monica. Hello, everyone. Monica, thank you for the great introduction to USIP's work and setting the stage for today's conversation. As additional context, I too come from the higher education space, Prior to my current role at USIP, I taught, advised, and mentored undergraduate and graduate students from various walks of life and backgrounds. So it's really great to get back to my pedagogical roots, so to speak. As Monica mentioned, my name is Anita, and I work for the Gandhi King Global Academy online at the United States Institute of Peace. Monica did a great job by summarizing very succinctly, very well actually, the work that we do. One thing I want to emphasize today is one of the key ways in which the Institute does advance peace is through the provision of education and training resources. For example, our self-paced and instructor-led courses to frontline peace builders. Next slide, please, Monica. Right. The Gandhi King Global Academy, also called GKGA, in which I'll be referring to it as such for the duration of today's presentation, was established under the Gandhi King Scholarly Exchange Initiative Act of 2020, authored by the late Representative John Lewis. The act mandated USIP to create a professional development training initiative on conflict resolution tools based on the principles of nonviolence. The act further stated that USIP should include in GKGA programs representatives from both governments and civil societies, offer peace-building curriculum both in person and online, and feature the success of nonviolent movements, inclusion, and representation in conflict resolution. Next slide, please. All right, so this slide is illustrates our key statistics for the Gandhi King Global Academy online. In total, we have enrolled over 135,000 members to date from our inception to present time. Our growth averages about 1,500 new enrollments, new members each month. And as far as accessibility, over a third of our users access our content via mobile devices. This is very important to us and actually connects really well with the global access, as 75% of our members represent the global South. One thing that we are really proud of is the fact that our content can be accessed via mobile device. We have a mobile app as well. We've recently made all of our courses accessible via PDF documents as well, because the vast majority of our members, our users, do come from countries where there might be limited bandwidth, where they might be working in regions or parts of their countries that might not have a lot of access to network. So having their mobile devices, having PDF documents to kind of engage the resources, the education and training resources that we do provide at USIP through these formats is incredibly important, and it's something that we are very proud of. All right, next slide. All right, so this slide highlights our key formats, our GKGA Online, our course formats. We offer self-paced and instructor-led courses. The Gandhi King Global Academy offers a suite of online practical self-paced and instructor-led courses that are designed to support the educational and training needs of frontline peace builders in conflict-affected countries. Our courses cover various topics in conflict management and peace building, such as mediation, negotiation, conflict analysis, nonviolent action, and much more. All of our courses are free of charge and and offer participants a certificate of completion. Select number of our courses are offered in 8 languages, including Arabic, Armenian, Azeri, Burmese, Dari, French, Pashto, and Spanish. Many of our courses have been designed and built in partnership with other organizations. As stated, they are free of charge, both instructor-led and self-paced. One thing to note about the self-paced versions, you can access them at any time of day, whether, again, through your mobile device, computer. You can take them at your own schedule. You can leave and return and pick up where you left off. It's very flexible and amenable to one's personal life. I also want to kind of emphasize that we should view these courses, especially like just how they're distinguished as self-paced and instructor-led. We should view them as separate mechanisms with different processes for access. To gain access to the instructor-led versions, we refer to them as ILT internally, you must register for one of the courses being offered that month on usip.org. Next slide, please. Okay. All right, so as mentioned, we offer a continuously expanding catalog of over 30 self-paced courses on a diversity of topics in conflict management and peace building. Our self-paced courses are video-based courses, and they're available anywhere at any time, so you can learn at your own pace and schedule. The courses are developed from cutting-edge USIP research and practice and are geared towards practitioners working to resolve conflict in their communities. However, they're available and accessible to anyone who wants to just learn about peace building and the various topics. Next slide, please. This is our calendar, our 2024 calendar of instructor-led courses. There are monthly facilitated courses which blend the flexibility of self-directed learning with weekly live webinars that include expert-led discussions and real-world case studies. Enrolled participants join a group of fellow learners from around the world. As you can see, a new course is offered each month and is typically 4 weeks in duration. Our instructor-led courses, just like our self-paced courses, are open to the public and free of charge, even though you do have to register on usip.org, and certificates of participation are awarded at the conclusion of these courses as well. One thing to note before we move on to the next slide, as you'll see, we are offering 2 courses this month in our instructor-led series. We're offering a course in conjunction and collaboration with our nonviolent action team, and then with a course on conflict analysis in a rapidly changing world. You can still register for these courses on usip.org. Next month, we are offering conflict sensitivity. Please visit usip.org and register for our instructor-led courses. And I'm happy to share the link in the chat too. Next slide, please. All right. A unique feature of our online learning platform is its ability to host smaller cohort-based learning for various communities that seek to access our resources in an intimate environment. Some examples of the communities of practice that we host include educators, facilitators, regional networks, student groups, and foreign affairs and diplomatic experts. Next slide, please. Okay. So back to the link I sent about 7 or so minutes ago. That link, if you have, and I see, thank you so much. I see somebody's confirmed that they have joined. They've already accessed it. So the screenshot that you're seeing on the screen currently is our landing page. And it is our landing page to our Gandhi King Global Academy online platform. However, the link I shared with you is unique in that it'll take you to a page in which I'm about to show you the screen in just a moment. But all you have to do is to create an account. If you don't already have an account with us, enter your first name, your last name, an email address, email that you obviously use rather frequently, and then create a password. Monica, I think I'll share my screen now. Thank you. All right. So let's see. Great. Can I just get a reaction, thumbs up, affirmation that you can see my screen? Can you see this in particular? Not yourselves? Okay. Great. Thank you so much. All right. So the link I shared in the chat will take you to this page. As the previous slide showed, we have the ability within our online network to host communities of practice. I thought for the sake of today's seminar, today's presentation, that it would be useful to kind of see how that is operationalized and develop a community of practice for participants here today. So I created this space for Forge Center Community College Peacebuilding Seminar. And it includes, and I'll go page by page over each tab, and then we'll go into a demonstration of our self-paced and instructor-led course spaces and how to utilize them. But essentially, I created a welcome page for you all. It echoes the information that was just shared in the presentation, some key statistics, overview of Gandhi King Global Academy online. But it also includes what I think would be, what I think is relevant information as to what you'll get from the group and how to get the most out of this group. And I really do encourage you to utilize this space as much as you can as we are in community with one another. So in this space, you'll find a communal space where you can share ideas and reflections and updates about progress on courses that you're taking with each other or separately. You'll also find a discussion forum in the community tab, and I'll get to that in just a moment, where you're encouraged to post and respond to peers' reflections on courses or general thoughts on peace building and conflict management, as well as resources that may be relevant to the space. Also in the community space, you can find links to USIP, relevant USIP resources that may be useful to you. We can add them there as host, as kind of like the overall host manager of this space. I can add resources that might be relevant to the work that you're doing. If you're just joining the peace building field, if you're becoming familiar with certain topics, I can add resources, articles that are posted to usip.org to the space for you. How to get the most out of this group? As with any online group, it's important for us to just be supportive of one another, encourage one another, share generously. I think that's incredibly important, as that's if no one is sharing, then the group kind of just does not live on. So share your stories, your experiences. Your stories and experiences could be exactly what someone else needs to hear today to solve a problem or seize an opportunity. So I very much encourage that. And also be constructive. After taking a course, use this space to discuss key ideas with each other and challenge one another to consider alternative lenses. And lastly, I just want to kind of emphasize that these groups are really great in that it provides an intimate environment, but it's part of it's like a microcosm of the bigger Gandhi King Global Academy online. You're part of a larger community. So by joining this group, you'll be able to keep up with resources and posts both here, but as well as in the main activity feed, which you would find at the top left hand of the screen under Discover What's New. And I hope this space helps you feel connected with one another here today, as well as just going forward. All right, so let me just get started and just go to a few of the tabs so you can kind of get an idea as to what the space offers. I created so within the community tab, this is where you can add posts, reflections on a reading. You can add resources, your own resources. You can add GIFs if you like. It's a fun space, but it's also a space where we can share what is on our mind related to the peace building topic, the peace building field. So something that I already added, and if you all are still making your way into this space, that's completely okay. But I went ahead and added an icebreaker question. So once you have access to this space, whether today or after today, please feel free to answer this question. Which peace building topic are you most interested in? And in order to answer it, you can just click on share your answer. And then, for instance, I might put gender inclusivity.
Hi, Anita. Sorry to jump in. I think we're on a different screen than your icebreaker page. Unless
you are?
I'm misspeaking and other people see it. I have just Meet Fellow Leaders page.
Oh, thank you, Monica. You said you Meet Fellow Leaders.
So it's not that icebreaker page that I had.
Apologies. Thank you so much. All right, let me share screen again. Oh, I see what I did. Thank you. Technology, right? Perfect. All right. Can you all see my screen now?
Perfect.
Great. Sorry about that. Yeah, I have a couple of screens open that are pretty much the same space, the same online space, but different different windows. So thank you, Monica. Let me go back over this really briefly again. So this is our communal space within this is our intimate communal space, a group space within our Gandhi King Global Academy online, which includes a welcome, which I just shared, overview, key statistics as far as what the Gandhi King Global Academy offers, as well as what you'll get out of this space, what you'll get out of the group, and how to get the most out of it, how to support one another, and the reminder that you are a part of a larger community, which is easily accessible by clicking on Discover What's New or Self-Paced Courses to the left. Can you confirm that you can see the community tab now?
Yes.
Perfect. All right, so the community tab, I'm going through each tab that was created for this particular community of practice. So there's the welcome. Community tab is where you can share reflections, resources, what's on your mind. We encourage it to be on topic related to peace building and conflict management. Could be related to current world events, could be resources and articles that you read that you want others to grapple with as well. It could be a reflection that from taking a course on your own. That is something that we encourage here. And truly, if this space is not, the community page is where everything is kind of living. So if this page is not really dynamic, if nothing's really happening here, then then there's really, you won't get the most out of the space that you're supposed to. So in order to kind of get things started, I did put in an icebreaker question. If you're able to log in today and access this particular page and answer the question, feel free to do so. If you're not, we can come back to it later on. That's completely fine. This is available all the time. But the question that I posed for icebreaker within this space is, which peace building topic are you most interested in. I put in gender inclusivity, for instance. Other people might put climate or the environment. Please feel free to answer. You can click on share your answer here in order to answer the question. The next tab has suggested courses. Suggested by whom? Suggested by me. I suggest all of our 30 courses, but these are just a few of my favorites. And maybe if you're new to the peace building field, you might find Introduction to Peacebuilding to be most relevant to you. So within the suggested courses, just a link to course materials, and we'll go to each of them individually in just a moment. So again, if you're new to Peacebuilding, you'll find the Introduction to Peacebuilding course. If you click here, it'll take you directly to the Introduction to Peacebuilding self-paced version. Whether you're new to Peacebuilding or seeking to deepen your own knowledge and skills in the field, this course provides a learning experience that will allow you to contribute positively to the change in your communities. Another course I suggest is our youth-led peacebuilding projects that was developed earlier this year with our youth peace and security team. This online course is on strategic design and implementation and is really geared for young peace builders, but it is for everyone. Anyone can take it. You can learn community-centered approaches. You can learn how to develop tools to design effective peace-building projects. And lastly, another course I would suggest is gender inclusivity. And if you click on the title here, it'll take you directly to the self-paced version of the course. And this course is based on the gender inclusive framework theory, and it emphasizes integrating gender analysis into peace building from the beginning of project design and throughout the project life cycle in order for successful peace building projects to be had in one's community. All right, can we confirm that you see Introduction to Peacebuilding here? Yes, great. Thank you. All right, so this is what our self-paced Introduction to Peacebuilding course looks like. And what you'll notice for this self-paced course, as well as all of our self-paced courses, they contain an overview, a section to introduce yourself, a pre-course survey, which we encourage participants to complete. It's not required, but it's encouraged that you complete it just so we can gather, relevant demographic data, where, why you're joining the course, what brought you here. And then it just breaks down the courses into chapters. And when you click on, for instance, chapter 1, all you have to do is click next to go to the next one, to the next lesson. One thing, again, that is similar within all of our self-paced courses is that you'll have the lesson, you'll have a warm-up activity, you'll have the theoretical foundation of which the course topic is about, and then you'll have the chapter end with practitioner voices. So taking theory to practice, how this peace-building topic, this peace-building theory is operationalized in the field. So that's pretty standard for all of our self-paced courses. At the end of all of our self-paced courses too, you'll find a final exam, which just tests your knowledge of what you learned. And at the end, you will be able to take the final exam, pass the final exam, and then earn your certificate of completion. Now I'm opening up the instructor-led version of the Introduction to Peacebuilding course, just to show the key distinction between instructor-led and self-paced spaces. So our instructor-led courses are also housed within this platform. However, the key distinction is that you will have webinar links. Our instructor-led courses are combined the self-paced learning, the self-directed learning with weekly live engagement, as stated earlier. And here, learners are able to access the webinar schedule, including the links to the weekly webinars. And they're able to add the webinar schedule, webinar information directly to their own calendars too. As you'll notice, the Introduction to Peacebuilding course is past. It took place in October. However, if you are interested in getting additional information or even wanting to access the past recordings, please let me know. I'm happy to share a link to this particular instructor-led course to you all directly in the chat. All right, that is all I have for now as far as demo of our online learning platform. I will open the floor for questions, comments, concerns.
Monica and Anita, thank you so much for this incredibly informative presentation. if anybody has any questions or comments, they're most welcome either in the chat, or you're welcome to use the React feature to raise your hand, or you could simply unmute if that's the easiest option for you.
Yeah, can I, Sarah?
Sure, Obi, you can go ahead.
Yeah, Monica and Anita, good presentation. Thank you so much. My name is Obi, speaking from Nigeria. I happy to hear that you have USIP office in Nigeria. I'd like to know, do you have in this wonderful online self-paced and instructor-based program, do you have a kind of a program that also people in IDPs, that's internally displaced persons in camps, can actually access? Now thinking that sometimes they don't have phones because of the situations, and for some reasons, poverty issues, so that they cannot afford access, Android phones or iOS. So is there anything like that? Because I'm actually in Abuja, I work with people in IDPs, and they face some of these problems. And I think, with the numerous and abundance programs you have just spoken about, I think they could actually benefit from this. So I just need your thoughts on that. And Monica, maybe you could also share, maybe both of you could also share your emails. Perhaps I could just follow up at the end of this program. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Obi. I guess I can start since you mentioned our self-paced and instructor-led courses. What a great question, and what profound work that you're doing with IDPs in Nigeria. This is something that we are still grappling with, the fact that there are people in displacement camps in their regions who are, or maybe, across the border of their regions, who may or may not be able to access our resources for a number of reasons, based on everything that you just mentioned: lack of mobile devices, just poverty, not being able to, thinking we have all of our courses that are available for downloadable format, but still that might pose a barrier if somebody's not able to access a printer or, just pull it up on their devices. So that's still something that we are working through. I can say, if it's helpful, and it's just a drop in the bucket compared to where, what can really be done in the grand scheme of things. But I have the opportunity to kind of communicate with a lot of our frontline peace builders through our online network, our current network as it stands. Again, we've enrolled over 135,000 people to date. Our current network currently houses about close to 70,000, and I communicate with them on a daily basis. I get lots of messages, as you might imagine, and the instructor-led courses offer an opportunity for that too. And I have been able to communicate with people who live in displacement camps. Now, that's because they heard about the resource, they heard about the training, they heard about the course from somebody else who's not there. I have a student who, for instance, I'll mention, they're currently at a camp in Uganda. They're displaced from Sudan, but they heard from somebody else about the course and were able to access it that way. So right now it's basically word of mouth, which is a great way, but is unfortunately right now the only way that people who are a part of those communities are kind of able to get our resources. But we're always open to ideas, especially, from people like you who are, in the field doing the work every day, and have an idea as to what might be opportune, what might be best as well. I hope that answered the question for now. Monica, I don't know if you have anything to add to that.
No, I think you answered it perfectly. Thanks, Anita. And thanks, Obi, for your work. It's critical.
So we have a couple of questions in the chat. One of them is, what is the easiest way to be a peace professor or to join the group? Is it via LinkedIn, or is there another way to join as well?
Thanks.
Thank you, Monica.
That was easy. I was like, that's the easiest question. I just dropped the link in our chat. So it's a Survey Monkey. It takes less than 3 minutes to complete. And once I have your information, I'll add you to our email list, and then you can go ahead. Our LinkedIn is a private group. And so once you hit submit and I can see that you're a member, I'll let you in, and we're excited to be in community with you. Sorry, Sarah, that's question 1. It's done.
That's terrific. No, thank you so much. And then David also asked, what other opportunities are there for Peace Studies faculty? Fellowships, publications, visiting USIP with students, or anything like that?
Great question, David. And I want to drop some links in the chat, which I can't multitask, but I will drop right after. There are tons of opportunities for faculty, whether it be research or coming into the class to headquarters. Glad you asked that question, because if you are looking to come to Washington, D.C. and visit USIP, we can tailor a program to your needs and whatever your curriculum is focused on. So if you are currently focused on what's happening in Colombia, we could provide kind of a general overview of the building and USIP's work, and then have an expert speaker from the Latin America program and center actually join for that conversation. And so Alana is our Director of Higher Education Engagement. We're a mighty team of 2, but we're really here to meet the needs of our higher education stakeholders. And so we want to kind of tailor our programming around what you need and to be a resource to your work. I'm gonna drop some links. There's actually a summer fellowship that's really exciting that was recently launched, and I want to drop that. Apologies.
I'll say in the meantime, while you're doing that, just thank you so much for all these great resources. And Anita in particular, that community that you created for us. I'm just so impressed with, I knew there was a lot of free stuff available for Peacebuilders through USIP, but I had no idea it was so robust and so almost like the equivalent of taking a college courses, really, which is fantastic, especially for this group. And for those who will watch our videos later on our YouTube channel, I hope to get the word out to even more than the 135,000 that you've already registered for these great courses. So this is really fantastic. Oh, and I see Monica dropped the link. If any of you are—
There's 2. So sorry. There's the Summer Fellowship Program that just launched recently, and then there's the Peace Scholars Program that has a deadline of November 20th. So just flagging that to you all. And thank you, David, for bringing up that question to our attention. Appreciate the opportunity.
Wonderful.
Monica, I have a quick question.
Yeah, absolutely.
About the fellowships. So how does it work for the international students who are currently in the United States and are seeking to find fellowships or internships? Would that allow them to continue applying for it, or would it stop them? Because I've currently facing that problem a lot.
Oh, Monica, I think
I was like, am I off mute or not? I couldn't tell. Let's connect offline, and I can help you navigate and put you in contact with our Scholastics competition team members. We all sit in the civic engagement and scholarship unit. And so I want to connect you with the right folks to answer that question. At the moment, right now, USIP does not have an internship program. We have a research assistant position kind of program that allows students to work part-time during the academic year and then full-time during the summer. But positions on the research assistant program really depend on the programmatic needs budgets and whether or not they have the bandwidth as well as the workload for a research assistant. So I would suggest you look at our careers page, and I can also drop that. But if you send me an email, I'm happy to connect you with the right people, kind of facilitate answering your questions in more detail.
Okay, Awesome. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Thank you, Sophia. Were there any other questions or comments for our guests? Well, you know, one thing I'm wondering myself as someone, well, actually, I have two questions for you all. One is, one pertains to me, but hopefully others as well. And the other is a little more general. So one of them is, thank you for dropping the link to register for Peace Professors. I'm wondering if that program is open to those who are not currently affiliated with a university, but are teachers or have been Peace Professors at one time or another and are hoping to be again.
Yeah.
If we're between universities.
100%. We have retired faculty and current faculty as part of the community. So
okay.
We really try to keep it as broad. I think it's really important that we get various disciplines, right? Like we're not only looking for conflict resolution folks. We really want individuals to see themselves as peace builders. And so where you are in that kind of peace professor journey doesn't really dictate whether or not you can join. But if you have done it and brought it into your work, that would be great.
That's terrific. And then the other question I had was, given that you all are essentially kind of almost democratizing access to higher education level courses in these fields that are related to peace building, have you found that people using, like, of the 135,000 folks that have been using these courses, do you find that they tend to mostly be individual practitioners or students, or are there ever classes at established like universities or community colleges, for example, that end up using the courses as part of their more official coursework?
Yeah, great question. There have been. Over the years, we've developed our courses in partnership with experts internally and externally, and some of them are associated with universities, or they left USIP and are currently associated with universities and have their students take our courses. Our Introduction to Peacebuilding one is popular, as well as our negotiation course has been used by faculty and students at, National Defense University, American University, various classes. We have seen professors have their students take our courses as a part of their general semester-long curriculum.
Oh, that's so exciting.
Yeah, it's pretty neat.
Thank you so much. Are there any other questions or comments for our guests? Let me check the chat to make sure. Okay. I see one new message. Let me check that out. Okay. Oh, that's just to me to let me know some logistics. All right. Well, with that, we might be able to end a little bit early, but I want to make sure I give both of you an opportunity if there's any closing comments you'd like to make to the group today, or to those who might watch in the future about USIP or your specific work, whatever is on your mind about peace building.
Sure. I just wanted to say thank you so much for taking the time out of your Friday to learn more about USIP's work and its resources. And we really are here to serve you in your journey to making the world a little bit more peaceful. Anita, any other thoughts?
Oh, I echo what Monica said. Thank you again for taking the time. It's Friday. We're headed into the weekend, so we appreciate your presence with us today and having us humble brag about the work that USIP is doing within our communities. And we hope that you will, be a part of that with us.
Well, that was incredibly exciting and wonderful to have the opportunity to hear about ways that we can get more involved directly with USIP in whatever capacity we might be working or learning at this point in our peace building journey. So thank you both so much for taking the time to be here. It really means a great deal. And we had Alana here on the first Friday that we did this, which was great. So it's great to have that USIP contingent at this wonderful seminar. So everyone, we're going to take a little break. And then between 4:10 and 4:15, we're going to get started again with our last presentation of the day with Miss LaKeeta Prunty. She's going to be talking about her work with transformational leadership as a part of overcoming conflict. So feel free to take a little break between now and let's say about 4:10, and we'll be back in about 15 minutes. Thank you all.
Hey, Sarah.
Hi, David.
It's going really well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we're near the end of the day. People drop off, but some really good conversations today. So I really appreciate everything you've done today.
Of course. My pleasure. Actually, it's 4:10, so I think we may go ahead and get started.
Yeah, sure. And I'm just going to have 2 minutes to say at the end. Oh, LaKeeta, did I make you? I made you a co-host. Okay, good. You're set.
Yes, sir. I think
All
it
right.
was Sarah that sent me something in. Yes, Sarah sent me something in the chat, and then I saw it pop up on my screen. I was like, I don't think I'm supposed to have that. So yeah.
You're good.
So I'll do just a brief introduction just to let everybody kind of continue flowing back into the room. Everybody, we've had such a great day together, our second day of 3 for the National Community College Peacebuilding Seminar. And our last but not least presentation for today is with Miss LaKeeta Prunty. She is pursuing her doctoral degree in conflict resolution at Abilene Christian University and is the president of the Diverse Student Alliance there. She will be talking about overcoming conflict through transformational leadership. And I'll go ahead and put a slightly longer bio of hers in the chat. So this session will be from about now till a couple minutes before 5. And then David will give us a few closing comments. So with that, I will pass the floor to LaKeeta.
All right. Well, I will try not to take too long. This is something that I'm passionate about. I'm passionate about a lot of things, but I'm really passionate about transformational leadership and education and just building relationships because that's so very important to me. And I like that you all are bringing awareness to community colleges because that's where I started. I did not want to go to a large university and get lost. But I found that going to a community college first, I got to come in contact with other adults that have already started their careers and they were coming back to maybe advance in their careers or just to gain more knowledge in their field. So that I felt like that was very beneficial to me to guide me into where I needed to go, and just having that support system from older individuals that had that experience. So I will go ahead and get started. So here's a quote that I found, inspirational quote: leaders instill in their people a hope for success and a belief in themselves. Positive leaders empower people to accomplish their goals. So I know we're supposed to have this be interactive. So I want someone to tell me, like, when they look at this quote, what are your thoughts about this quote?
Can you say it one more time, LaKeeta?
I just wanted to know when you look at this quote, when you read this quote, what does it say to you? What are your feelings about this quote?
Well, what I mean is, can you say the quote one more time?
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I not sharing my screen? Okay. I'm sorry. Just a second.
That's okay.
That would help. I'm sorry. I'm kind of nervous because I'm like, oh, I want to make sure I'm getting everything correct, and I'm not.
Not to worry. We've all made Zoom mistakes today, even today. It's even after years of using it, it's still kind of complicated, I feel, or at least I find it complicated.
Okay. Okay. That's because I have 2 things going at the same time. Okay. Let's see. Okay. This might be helpful. And then can you all see it now? Okay. For some reason, I feel like I can't make it bigger.
Oh yeah, that's true. It's yeah, it doesn't want to make it the full screen for some reason.
Yeah.
Is there, you're in Google Docs, right? Is there a slide? I think that in Google Docs, there's something where you can hit present, or maybe not actually if it's a Google Doc, not a Google slide.
There it goes.
Mhm.
Okay. So again, the inspirational quote, leaders instill in their people a hope for success and a belief in themselves. Positive leaders empower people to accomplish their goals. So when you hear me read that quote, or you're reading, as you're reading this quote, what comes to mind when you read that?
I kind of think about, because I always think about, at least it's been on my mind more recently, but like the difference between a manager and a leader. And so that's what I like about this quote, is that it really kind of encompasses like what like that definition of a leader versus like being a manager. I think David even said something about this last night in our meeting, but like, not having to, not being that person, just kind of being the manager and pushing people and kind of corralling them and into doing something versus like encouragement. So
Yes, definitely. As I've been in my doctoral journey, I've definitely learned the difference between a leader and a manager. A leader is someone that's there to provide guidance, as you said, that encouragement, whereas a leader is like, managers, they just it'll get done. No one really knows what to do. There's like almost like a lack of communication there.
yeah, for sure.
All right, so what we'll look at today, we'll look at transformational leadership strategy. We'll look at challenges for leaders, long-term benefits, transfer leadership styles that create transformational leadership, challenges for transformational leadership, and we'll close with questions and discussion. Okay, so transformational leadership is bridging the gap to build stronger student and educator relationships to resolve conflict. And one of the main things that I've found with that is sometimes there's maybe a cultural barrier, or there's just a lack of communication a lot of times. And the students may not know what the expectations are, and maybe sometimes some educators don't provide clarity for what they're needing. So transformational leadership combines authentic leadership and the servant leadership theory to build a foundation for educators and students to work together to produce overall success for each of the stakeholders, as well as the educational institution as a whole. So one of the resources I quoted was Thwauty, and I don't know if I'm saying that right, but it was 22. He said, both authentic and servant leadership address elements of both self and other, but with very levels of emphasis, which is illustrated by the capitalization or lack of capitalization of both words under each leadership approach. So developing a sense of resilience involves confronting discomfort, challenges and disruptions related to one's sense of self as a leader, as well as the relationships and interactions with others. Conflict can occur when students feel that their professors do not care about their educational success. One example I use is if a student has a question for the professor and the professor refuses to listen or to answer a question, this could present conflict. Or another way conflict could be introduced is as if the professor feels that the student doesn't care about their education due to them not asking questions or completing required tasks. This could stem from students feeling that they do not have a voice or it could be due to their cultural background, which means some students may only feel like the professor is the only one that's right, and they don't have a space to ask questions or to really they don't have that space to get to know each other. The transformational leadership strategy shows that collaboration is needed to ensure the success of all parties involved, including not limited to the students and the educators. So the transformational leadership theory combines authentic and servant leadership theories in order to ensure that leaders are naturally serving their students with his or her whole heart while providing support and building relationships that foster academic success and well-being. So the goal of transformational leadership is to be authentic, which means to be your real self, and to serve with your whole heart, and which increases student productivity, increases student as well as employee retention, and creating a welcoming environment for everybody. So part of characteristics of a transformational leader or educator is self-awareness, autonomous, creates a positive environment, works well with others, which means you're able to collaborate and solve issues without necessarily having to go to HR or have to go to another leader. Accepts others' opinions and ideas. Everyone is entitled to their own opinion, so just showing each other respect. Developing a positive relationships and trustworthiness. If you tell a student that, okay, if they have something that comes up, I'm not going to take off any points for this assignment because I know that you had an emergency. And if you do take off points, that could damage that relationship. And then it take other people's feelings into consideration and be respectful, ask questions, and they inspire and empower others. That's part of being a transformational leader. So I've already talked about the two concepts that I think that build up transformational leadership due to the research that I've conducted. Authentic leadership, this leadership theory allows leaders to be his or her natural or real self. The leadership style allows leaders and staff to feel comfortable interacting, communicating with his or her students according to their needs. And servant leadership, this theory requires that the leader puts his or her students or staff first. The leader ensures that all parties feel valued. So I feel like transformational leadership, when I first found this theory, I was looking at organizations. So, and educational institutions are organizations as well. So it's very important if the top is not practicing good communication, that all comes down to their staff, and it comes right down to the students. So that's my thoughts on that. But these two combined create transformational leadership. Okay, next slide. So the advantages of transformational leadership between students and educators: trustworthiness. Educators build trust by being honest with their students, such as providing feedback when they submit assignments. Also, values and morals. Educators incorporate his or her beliefs into leadership skills that will enable students to be successful. Transformation. Educators provide students with opportunities for growth, professionally and personally, which could be if they know of an internship, or providing them with some resources they could study to advance in their academic studies. Also, building relationships. I think that's very important to the success of the students, which I think that helps to retain students. And I'm off of my own experience and some of the other research I've done. Just students like to know that they can call their professor or they can call their academic advisor and they're able to get their questions answered. I really believe that that's the communication and the building relationships help to retain students. They understand the needs. Building the relationships help educators and students understand the needs and the wants of each other, as well as reach their educational goals. And then students are first. Educators put their own needs before they put their students' needs before their own. And then the communication, students and educators need to know that they have a safe place where they can come and talk and have that open line of communication, which in return, when you have that open line of communication, that decreases or it could eliminate that issue of conflict. And then our disadvantages of non-traditional leadership and education, it could be a lack of trust. Students do not have trust in that their professor has their best interests at heart. And that just comes from just a lack of communication. I really believe that. And then not real, fake. Students do not believe that professors have they're being their authentic selves and they're there to assist them in their success. And that just comes from individuals, students coming from different backgrounds and just things like that. Lack of leaderships. Students may believe that professors are not providing guidance or a lack of communication. And then lack of acceptance. Sometimes students don't feel like they may be a part of the class, and that could be due to a language barrier or some type of cultural barrier. That's why it's so important for me as an educator and other educators to get to know our students and build those relationships. And then long-term benefits of transformational leadership in education, building relationships, leaders, professors, students collaborate to improve educational institutions, as well as getting to know the needs and wants of each other. So not only do the students and the professors collaborate with each other, but the other leaders, such as deans and the president of the educational institution, they're learning what their needs are, and the students are learning the expectations of that educational institution. And then we have continued growth professionally and individually. Leaders and staff provide students with opportunities to grow and achieve professional as well as personal goals. So like I said, providing them with maybe information about an internship or ways they can give back to the community to help them to grow. And this also, not only does it help your students to grow, but it also helps the educator to grow as a professional as well. And it makes you realize what things are important and what are not. But leaders and staff also continue to initiate their self-growth. And then communication is the key. A lot of conflicts can be eliminated with that communication piece. Leaders and staff ensure that there is an open line of communication between them and the students. And then this one, a picture is worth 1,000 words. When you look at these pictures, or even one of the pictures, what do you see?
I see a lot of diversity in terms of like backgrounds or even age.
And I agree. I see in all three settings, the teacher is kind of in there with the students. They're not like, as I've heard, like the sage on the stage, like they're in there facilitating and like in the mix with the student.
Yeah, and that's why I chose these pictures. I looked at the diversity, and it's, you want to engage your students. You want them to be engaged. You want them to know that they're accepted, because there's so many other external factors that affect their everyday life, from family, their job, and if they're continuing to come, you want to foster those relationships to retain that student. And that also goes for like the other upper leaders. You want to make sure that your staff feels valued, so they want to stay, and you have that retention. And then I have basically I have the next, I know I was the last person, but I had a summary of my presentation. I said transformational leadership in the educational setting can assist students and staff in overcoming conflict through relationship building and communication, increasing student and staff productivity and morale. This will help in embracing diversity in the educational system. Creating a positive educational environment is essential for leaders in academic institutions because students excel more, allowing the organization to touch the community and even the world. The transformational leadership strategy will uplift the staff and student attitudes. So this session is all about learning to embrace and encourage your students and even your staff. So we know that conflict is inevitable, but it can be an obstacle supported through a positive transformational leadership approach. So who will you transform? And here are my references that I used from the presentation. And then any questions or discussions or feedback? I tried not to talk too long. Like, I printed my PowerPoint notes out, and I would have been talking like all day, because I was like, I had researched so much information. So any questions or discussion?
I really like this topic because it makes me think of some values that we embrace at the Forward Center as well, because we, we're an educational organization, and one of the premises is that we also continue to educate students who are in our programs, even like long after, or not even educate, but they end up taking some of the knowledge that they learned from our programs and being able to like become in some leadership roles. So for example, that's kind of what happened with me, is that, like I did our humanitarian simulation, and then I was a program specialist, and now I'm a program manager. So it's kind of an interesting pathway for sure. So I think it could, like, just to add to that, like a part of it could also be like if people are in like a good situation, even with a professor or somebody who is in a leadership position, and they sort of encourage that in their students also become leaders as well in their roles as students. So
Yeah, because that when you're a transformational leader, I think that is the goal. Like, you're setting your students or your staff up to be leaders. You're giving them that guidance and knowledge to be leaders, because you're wanting a change to happen. So you can't do that change by yourself. You have to have other people to help with the change.
So, oh, sorry, go ahead, Heather.
Oh no, I was just agreeing.
LaKeeta, I wanted to tell you as well, I don't know if you would say that this is an element of transformational leadership, but it occurred to me that particularly since you said you got your start in community colleges, I imagine that like another aspect maybe of transformational leadership as well, may be just gently by being oneself, being an example to other students of what's possible. So for example, like just for students to know that about you as part of your whole story, that you came from the community college beginnings, I think is really inspirational. And even without having to like address it directly, you know, it's still like a really powerful message, I think, as far as showing students like this is in almost in a servant leadership way, like I'm like living one's life in such a way as to set an example for those coming behind so that they feel like it's possible too. You know, I hope that makes sense, but I think that's really great that you are probably you've probably been setting that kind of example for students for a long time.
I am an advocate. If no one else advocates for community college, I do. And I tell my students that I come in contact with all the time, I'm like, you do not have to start off at a large university first. If you want to go to a community college, that is perfectly fine. I tell them like that was one of the best decisions I made, especially like coming right out of high school. I was actually sad when I couldn't get any more credits at community college and I had to transfer. So I had taken business classes and psychology classes because I double majored. So I had finished like everything that I could possibly take. So I was able to transfer all my credits except for one over to a university, and there I finished my double major.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, and oh, Heather, did you have another comment?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that I like hearing your story because that's similar to my story. I also started at a community college, not directly after high school because I was still trying to figure things out. But I really think that if it wasn't for community colleges, that I probably wouldn't have completed my degree, honestly, because of if I would have started at a university, I think where I was at in terms of academically in high school, which wasn't great at all. I hated school. So I don't think I would have succeeded in the university.
Yeah, and I work with students that are recovering their credits. So I have gotten I call them my children, even though they're 17, 18, they're my children. Each one of them has found something like a trade that they want to take up, or, oh, I want to go to community college and start here. And I'm like, oh, thank you. So I don't know, that just really excites me, and I hype them up. I'm like, you can do this. You got it. You're starting school. We got everything together. So I don't know. I'm a big advocate for community college. There's nothing wrong with community college.
That's such a powerful message, especially for this group here, LaKeeta, and now you're working on your doctorate. I wanted to ask you as well, is your dissertation going to be on this topic, or are you already working on a dissertation?
Yes, I am. So, down when I'd done some research previously on this topic, and then for this presentation, I started to research some more. So, I was talking to my dissertation chair, I think about a week ago, and she was like, you really need to add a type of leadership theory. And I was like, I have it. I was like, transformational leadership. So I have some more research that I have to do. So did that answer your question? This is going into my dissertation. So yes, this will be a part of it. My dissertation actually is I'm still working on the title. It's the underrepresentation of male educators of color, especially African American males in secondary education.
Mm-hmm.
And one of my frameworks is the critical race theory and transformational leadership now. So that's what I'll be discussing. I'm putting those together now.
That's terrific. Well, you'll have to come back and present once you've done your field work. You'll have to come back and present with us again.
Okay, I will. I've already started thinking of like the next topic. Do you all do this like it's once a year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'll try to find another topic. Like I was very excited.
We're so pleased to have you. Are there any other questions? David, I see that you're back on the screen. Does anybody have any other questions or comments for LaKeeta?
No, I don't have any questions, but it was a very enjoyable presentation. So thank you, LaKeeta.
Thank you very much for having me.
And I have to say, LaKeeta, I feel like I don't know if this is common to men as well, but I've talked to David and maybe even Heather about the fact that I think even those of us who have been in academia for a while, whether in community colleges or elsewhere, it can be easy to get a sense of imposter syndrome about like, oh, am I doing a good job? Am I being a good example? And I really think that the framework you've presented offers such a beautiful, multifaceted way to kind of almost gauge yourself, like what kind of leader am I being, regardless of how much power you have in the institution, or even if you don't have an institution, but just what kind of teacher do I want to be? What kind of educator do I want to be for young people or for anybody that I'm working with? It's just a really, really dynamic theory that you've chosen.
Absolutely. That's why I chose, I have imposter syndrome a lot. And the transformational leadership theory, I'm always going back now, especially since we had to do, we did like Strength Finder. It's by Tom Rath, where you have to go back and look at yourself. And sometimes you're like, man, I am very ugly. I really am. These are some things that I need to change about me, not anyone else. I need to go back and look at myself. And if I look at myself, then there are changes that will be made. So I have to start with me first. So yeah, that like, yeah, it was this has been a very, I guess, educational journey for self as well, not just only academics, but learning about myself and who I am. So, and who I want to be. So yes.
That's fantastic. Well, let's see. Does anybody else? I'm looking at the chat here. Oh, thank you for posting your contact information, LaKeeta. That's great. And let's see, does anybody have any comments or questions?
We can wrap it up, Sarah, whenever you're ready.
Okay. In that case, I'll go ahead and invite LaKeeta. Are there any closing comments you'd like to make before we close the session?
No, I appreciate you all for having me, and I'm so excited that I was able to present today.